Ah, I see, right, I see, alright. I see, I see. Thank you, man, thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Like, Space Marine 1 was looking beautiful already. Like, especially like characters, like the main characters and stuff, like they were looking really good. Like, I don't know. And like the new trailer doesn't like seem like it's way better. Now remaster that Oblivion next year. Now, one more time. And we gonna celebrate. Wait, what is this? Oh, is it like the prologue of a bolt gun? Oh, it's like the typing one, I guess. Or something. Yeah, I see, alright. And they made the typing game with bolt gun. And it's for free. Didn't even notice that. That's usually I say. Yeah, bolt gun is good stuff. Bolt gun is really good. Did play it and the DLC too. Yeah, it's free. That is extra cool. Dawn of War Definitive Edition. Okay, I can agree with that, because like to make Dawn of War all campaigns work on modern PC in good resolution, you need to kind of go to jump through a bunch of hoops. I mean, nothing impossible, of course. I did it like what, 2 years ago or something. I was doing my playthrough of all the campaigns. But sure will be nice actually to have it so you don't need to do it. Except depends how much it's gonna cost though. That is always the question. It's huge for modding, I say. No, I see, Steve, I see. A bit more remaster wise. This at least kind of looks nice, you know. And this at least kind of looks like a proper one, I guess. And all the cutscenes updated too. That is good. Yeah, like this I don't know though. This like literally was already working out of the box previous edition. It was working completely fine, was looking beautiful. So, not so sure. Nice, rev, nice. The co-op in it even. Dawn of War 4 soon, I see. I mean, Hopium. Now it's gonna be 200 gigabytes, yeah, I guess. I'd prefer 3 over 2? Damn son, what is this heresy, man? The heresy. Oh, the orc clothes changed, really? Kinda does look like it, yeah. But would you recolor the orcs? Does it make it some other band of orcs then? Some other warband. Enhanced it right before Space Marine 2 release? Well, not exactly. It was like a while ago, actually. It's just like for Space Marine 2 release, I think they kind of like patched it a little more or something. I don't remember exactly, but like the previous edition is kind of old already. Kinda. But it's still good though. I played it. It was nice. But yeah, probably since it's, you know, all separate, I assume we're gonna get another price on this one too. Let's see what I say. I did like 2. Dawn of War 2 I did enjoy. Sure, it was kind of different, but I did enjoy it. A bolt gun 2 one would be nice too. We'll see. I would be down. I think it should be everything, Sok. I think it should be everything. And all the DLCs and stuff, right? Just scroll me. Ultimate experience with all its expansions along with enhanced visuals, improved camera and the 64-bit platform support. There it is. So yeah, I guess that too. I guess that too. Yeah, more Rogue Trader shit is nice, but and then new RPG too, but like dude. Time. Where time? Gimme. I still need to do the first one. Let's see, so I see. I mean, probably not as massive, but still kinda. I'll need to get into it. Well, I mean, it's also about, you know, when and if I will be getting the access to it. Like the company they worked previously with, they did send me all the like the Wrath of the Righteous, all the DLCs for a while. Yeah, but with the Rogue Trader, I guess they work with someone else. I will need to look into it. Oh yeah, the Rust collab. Cook. I see, Slavik, I see. The Rust collab is Dink, I guess, alright. Oh yeah, and CS also. What a time to be alive. They need to start like doing the reverse ones, you know. Like suddenly, you know, Emperor is like a fucking banana from Fortnite or something like that, you know. Like do the crossovers properly, you know. Both ways, both ways. The flossing Emperor and stuff like that. Actually, did they actually already add some stuff to Fortnite from Warhammer? I wouldn't be surprised. Sounds like a big miss if they didn't yet. Considering everything is already in Fortnite, I would expect it. No, in Warzone, oh yeah. Damn, not even in Fortnite yet. Failed franchise, dude. Failed franchise. You can't even floss as a Space Marine. They wouldn't even need like to do that much. They already got the full out power armor in. Just need to kind of like do a little editing and boom, there you go. Dead by Daylight, yeah, also. True. Could be another return to Fortnite. I kinda don't feel it really. With Fallout, then I kinda just get curious in general. It was just a combination of factors, you know, with like cars driving and stuff, and the theme of the season kinda cool. That was nice. Currently kinda not really feeling like it. The Pathfinder was too complex, think so? I think Pathfinder was alright. I think I had more troubles with like pillars, for example, back in the day. Felt like it at least. The Metaphor Fantasio 35% off already. The Bee Island Hornet Siege. Quality gaming there, nah? Armored Core 40% off already. The Remnant franchise sale. Alrighty, Jordy, good luck. Good luck. See you later, man. Gonna be live kind long today. Stalker Mon already 20%. Nice. Baldur's Gate is also 20%. But they had like the base price kind of low too. I respect that. I respect that. Pathfinder 2, yep, that also waits. That is also waiting for me there. Damn, another Horsen-like? Dude, what is this season? Just the Horsen-likes all over the place. Cozy B Games. Damn, amount of reviews still. A lot of Horsen enjoyers. Dead Redemption 3, yeah. The Horsen game, yeah. There's already like way too many of them recently. What is happening? What is happening? I see, Rev, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that does seem like a good nation data. And not the first Horsen game already. And the boomer shooters and boomer horses then. The full release update. That's 2 years in early access, I see. Somewhat uncanny. The animations are kinda dinky. Kinda. But yeah, a lot of endurers, so it must be nice. Must be nice then. It must be nice then. Auto Rogue. More auto battling. A roguelike where you automate combat. What a twist. Combine skills and conditions to find your optimal solution. No complicated controls at all. Sit back with the coffee and watch the beautiful battles you've crafted unfold. A nice variety of skills, conditions, and relics to craft the ultimate build. The glorious $4. Demoware, yep. Yeah, there is actually. There actually is. I don't know, like sometimes it shows like as a big thingy there, sometimes it's just here in the sidebar a little bit. I'm not sure how you set that up. The more you play, the more fun it gets. So there is a demo. The Stone Story RPG, I see. Oh yeah, the Animusha too. How's that going? You already own it, Staya? You already own it? Decent reviews, huh? Similar to Tower of Kalemonvo. That's a stretch, that's a stretch. That's a big stretch. Now, warning, this game contains violence. Oh man. Thank God you warned me. The lame censorship though. Damn son, did they like reduce the size of some ass or something there? Like the booba got smaller or some shit. Some butt size reduced gamer go mad, yeah. And the implied violence. I want to see who else complained about that stuff there. A lazy cover. Oh, less skin to show. I see. Censored. I see. Uses the Nuvo. Censors cleavage in a rated M for mature game. I see. Alright. Now, why censoring? Show the power of negative reviews. We don't want woke. They call on like some specific outfit also, right? Outfit stupid. I would never use it anyway. Censorship is so severe. The fuck is severe censorship there, dude? And people wouldn't even know about it. They wouldn't even notice unless, like, you know, someone on Twitter who just needs to farm engagements wouldn't tell them, you know. Like some little outfit or some shit that no one would even see. I mean, true. I do agree. It's kind of PP like doing that. I do agree, but like also losing your shit over that. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like both things, both sides are kind of, you know, weird, yeah. Why doing that? Why molding about that? The Queen Push RPG, yeah? I see, Quack, I see. Well, I mean, the usual, yeah, gotta farm engagements. I feel like it's a quest nowadays, you know? You need to kind of like any somewhat loud release, you know, something that gets like some traction, some coverage, you need to kind of like latch onto it, you know, somehow. And the best way for that kind of crowd, obviously, is to, you know, like try to find something. Tainted Grail RPG, I wanted to play it, but then Nine Kings happened, and Nine Kings is just way too addictive, so I kind of postponed it because I also still need to finish Clair Obscur, I still have KCD1 going, so like, I want to check it, I want to play it, most likely, because I played in early access and it was nice. It did seem like something I would enjoy playing. But like, dude. Soon, hopefully, though. Hopefully soon. There will be some time. Then, like, right now it's Dune, though, coming. We'll see about that one. We'll see about that one. We'll see. Now, remasters, I do also agree. I don't really like the remasters that change too much stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that. Big Devil on the first sale. I see. Yeah, I'll think about it. Did play in early access. It was really nice. But yeah, right now, like, the RPG... amount of RPGing going on is already insane. But maybe. Semi-idle RPG and Queen Pusher gameplay. Recruit legendary heroes. Equip them powerful gear, upgrade your town, construct buildings, unlock stunning backgrounds. I'm gonna build up the city and stuff. What the fuck? The wedding cake hope is sold on day one. Damn, and instantly like dropping free skin DLC. Fast push mode announced. Insane. Already putting the earned money to use there. The one was in 6-1 Indie Showcase. Oh yeah, that's the one with the Dane arm. I remember. It's like an early access before already, right? Yep, looks like it. Let's see how it is. Very positive though. It's also on Kickstarter, I see. It did look pretty dank from the showcases. And Dreamhaven is publisher, yeah. And the one and only. Not doing like super crazy though for the publisher in terms of reviews amounts and stuff, I guess, but hopefully it's good though. Hopefully it's doing good enough for them. They need to keep delivering the good stuff. I need to succeed. Survive the fall. Toplets. That's the guys who go all those insane like the dynasty games and stuff, right? Is it like the post-apocalyptic dynasty here? Now that seems kind of like something new though. Explore, loot and fight, open world action game set in post-apocalyptic future after devastating meteor strike. Assemble team, take the fight to the enemy or choose a stealthy approach to gain the upper hand. Expand the base, research new gear, and get ready to survive the fall. The top down. Seems like you can kind of like switch the angle quite a lot. But mostly, yeah, mostly there. Similar to Valheim. I mean, I guess, does have survival going. Sorry. The Worshippers of Cthulhu. 1.0 out now. Thank you. The Cthulhu Worshippers. Thank you guys. That was pretty short early access there too. Thank you guys, thank you. The pumpkin spice latte, damn son. Unironically. Do need to get like up with the times here, looks like. I think yesterday after cafe, like me and my friend went like here, and our friends were going first to like ATMs and everything to cash out some, and then they returned, and one of them also like with like a cup of coffee. It was like, when you even managed to like to get the fucking coffee also. He was like, I just like opened the app, pressed a couple of buttons, ordered, and then just kind of like, while going to the ATM, just picked it up on the way. Done. Like, what the fuck, man? The technology now already. Even in Armenia Gyumri here, can just order some like that. So the taste of like has cheap coffee and syrup is just over fried coffee basically. Just to have like, more strong taste. Over roasted. And syrups, yeah, of course. The pumpkin spice latte I only tried to make myself then. I think like last autumn at home still. Like 2022 I guess autumn I think was it. When I tried to make it on stream. with whatever I could find. That's kinda okay, but like, nothing crazy. Some homemade stuff. The fate of your followers. Perform rituals, master the art of city building. Pumpkin soup with beet balls. Haven't tried that. Just pumpkin soup I think I did make actually also. Maybe it was like the stream when I was making everything pumpkin. I think it was like pumpkin soup. It was like some pumpkin salad I think. And then it was the pumpkin spice latte I made on stream. And the soup was alright, but yeah, something meaty would be nice though. I'm not gonna lie. So this one is actually decent. Makes me hungry also, and I just ate the banana. I guess after like yesterday's drinking and everything, today I just want to chill and eat. If not today. Today we're chilling this way. Today's a busy one. Gonna co-stream the show. Oh, that was the toy one, right? I think. Yeah, looking through at the teddy bear's eyes. Is he yellow? How we do, man? The horror puzzle adventure. This one seems really nice. I see. Yeah? Star Breeze, actually. Damn, son. 97% positive. Not even wishlisted by Ella. Then didn't get the horror seal of approval, man. Didn't get the horror seal of approval. And the Gundam game. Another one. Which one is this one about? Bandai Namco there. Thrilling action-packed Gundam battles. Complete missions and tune up your newly acquired mobile suits. Not the stellar reviews, huh? I don't see the in-game microtransactions at least, so that's good, huh? No, it's the port of PSP Vita. Ah, PS Vita 1 port. Damn, son. Probably that's why not that poor in terms of reviews. It's like all 292 people who owned Vita actually, you know, bought this one and reviewed, I guess. Seems like it. The Drift Master one. These guys were like doing some aggressive marketing there, holy. And they out of nowhere just like added me to the list, I think. And like the whole course of development, I guess. Like, play our demo, play this, play that. I didn't even like answer a single time, I think, because I mean, not exactly my cup there. And then the game is out there also. You can request the key for the game now. Obviously didn't. Then the mail arrives. Here's your key. Thank you for your interest, bro. Like who you talking with there? Who are you talking with there? It's like Fast and Furious, yeah. Very aggressive with marketing. I mean, kind of pays off, I guess. That's a lot of reviews. The Super Dorifto. Yeah, might be kinda alright, but yeah, just not exactly my jam. 70% positive kinda sus though. Drive an assistant controller, then the local aim assist. Oh yeah, and soundtrack also is all DMC galore. It's like I read the email with the key. It was pretty much, oh yeah, you need to mute the game if you want to stream it. All right, nice. That makes me want to play it even less, dude. Better than Real Engine 5, yeah. Beast. And this one managed to sell 500,000 already copies, right? Insane. What's this one? Like, I guess it's some franchise and stuff too, right? People already kind of know what it is, huh? Know what they get and what they want. So each between 14 unique jobs, and one job is not enough, man. Similar to Dragon's Dogma 2 Expedition, also to declare obscure. JRPG, I guess, tag basically. 2012, I see. Yeah, you can actually, you know, play through your fantasy of having a job there. Insane. The whole 14 of them. The Smegma grind set game. Simulator. The Elden Ring getting to top sellers. I'm kind of curious how this will go. Crafted to offer players a new gaming experience by reimagining the game's core design. Yes, you I see. Nice, nice. And the skip rain. The Rollcraft already getting back to mostly positive and stuff. Nice, that's good. That's good. Barely, but still. So in the end, the positives are still outweighing the negatives. Yeah, some dank modding ops there, right? Can soft lock the game. You mad? Holy. Well, that's a lot of problems with the game, I guess. Let's see, Rev, I see. Yeah, I mean, if it's like something to co-op and everyone is on board, why not? I bought fucking Diablo that way on release, you know, so... I ain't judging. Not in the place to judge. Personally attacked by the game. Well, I mean, this one at least didn't even you know, like warned that this review is not gonna be another one that, like, you know, SnowRunner better, and actually got, you know, very deep into problems of the game. That's good. That's good feedback. That's good feedback. The Rogue Trader also slipped in the top sellers. Insane. Yeah, the leftovers KO. A Mountain Man animation. Not my jump, most likely, but I mean, it looks dank though. Looks dank at least. Gonna be out in 4 hours, let's see. Seen this one on a whole bunch of shows already at this point, I think. And the Rewinder 2. Action adventure game inspired by Eastern mythology. Explore cursed villages, dungeons, unlock new skills, and meet all sorts of ghosts and monsters. Similar to Drova and Dredge. Those are so similar to each other. It's kind of dank. Ghost frequency. Insane horror mons. A ghost hunter. To locate sinister spirit using EMF ghost detector. Thermal camera reveal hidden entities and the EVP digital recorder to capture eerie voices. Just promoting some other games there too at the same time. A bit more insane horror slope. New trails out. Wait, another one already. How many are there? How fast are they making them? Astrumis survive together. The fuck is this, dude? Exclusively co-op horror game. A player controls the survival and abandoned spaceship, and the other, the ship itself, must work together to survive against the mysterious monster. New trails every 2 years, I see. Introducing Friends Pass. Oh, then you'll need to buy one copy. Og. This is a rare type of game. True. What was that? Friends slope? At the Friends slope. Sector Unknown Prologue. Freedom of Storage Isometric RPG Sector Unknown. Establish stronghold ally with or dominate local factions and combat a tyrannical organization set to ruthlessly exploding the sector's resources and inhabitants. They try more than $60, you mean? I mean, they probably will at some point. That's the trend. That's the trend. Another Factorio like. Publisher Forklift Interactive. Damn son, they do like simulators, I assume. Factory building puzzle game. Find clever solutions within size, power, and time constraints. Are they forklift certified? That's a good question. Cattle Country. Cozy Cowboy Adventure Life Sim. Stardew enjoyers basically can like probably set for years, man, with all the games. The amount of content in every single game also. You can just play for years of that shit. I get all the Stardew likes. Added to wish list, I see. Insane guns and stuff even. Holy. Not cozy anymore. Monka is. True race is true. Cozying out of their mind with all these releases, yeah. Neat but overwhelming with information, I see. That means it's probably quite deep then in terms of mechanics. It will probably last a while. Yeah, Rajan, good luck, good luck. Do it, do it. Action arena third-person shooter. With anime character aesthetic. Aha, there it is. It's your reflexes and strategy and adrenaline-inducing combat. Succeed and become immortalized or fail and be forgotten. Your chance for glory. The anime aesthetic. There's more dang PvP-ness in there. Online PvP in early access. I like guns, but not massively outdated, I say. Could be quite something though. The movement I see is quite dang there. The movement mechanics and stuff. A lot of stuff going on. Ailton, hello. How's it going, man? How's it going? Did you get some weeb assets already? Did you get some weeb assets already? To improve the game. They're wearing too much clothing. Vogue then. Already. Bought a skeleton for $5. Damn son, it must be a good skeleton. Must be a good one. It must be a nice skeleton then. Skeletons are the best for animation testing, I see. I plan to use it also, not just in testing, I guess. Can't you just make some sort of like a little schematic skeleton sort of just to see the animations? You want to have undead, so win-win, I see. Is it in Claymore's universe at least, dude? I would need, like, you know, the full... down the line, the full bundle, you know, to buy. You know, card game, tactical turn-based stuff, and then, you know, like the friend slope, streamer slope games, you know, in the same universe later down the line. When you join the dark side in the end. The Claymore's horror, all that stuff. TV 2036, I see. This I remember. I think I've seen it somewhere. Oh yeah, I think I've seen it on Twitter or something. The Claymore's got you. Extraction shooters, MOBA. So Survivor like at least is realistic though, so... Skill up shouted this one. Yeah, I said it was like, I think, been recommended or something somewhere on Twitter or some shit. I checked this one. Yeah, looked interesting. And where mastering your luck is key. That's my kind of game, dude. Just gonna get professional at luck. Easy life, man. Easy life. Yeah, then you get the line of merch, you know, all that stuff. The insane Claymore's merch. Might be interesting. Looks dank. Paper clay. True ship, true, huh? People have started doing merge before releasing their 10 wishlist game. I mean, maybe they'll get popular through merch, you know, somehow. Now the stickers and shit at events. I mean, that kind of works though in a way. That's how I played Servarium actually in the end once. I think on that convention actually too. Maybe I did install it at home. And like on 1 year in the convention, they just gave me like a piece of paper sorta. We usually like, you know, all this like paper stuff we just like throw. But they had like, you know, come by our booth next year. Like didn't have booth in the first year. Only just like people, you know, giving flyers and stuff. Come to our booth next year with this flyer and you'll get some merch. All right, fine, I'll save it. And next year I did get the baseball cap. Feels good, man. It was too small for my 6 head though, unfortunately. And game ended up fucking flopping and dying too later down the line. But it's still somewhere at home, I think. Still somewhere there. Did get something, yeah. That was absolutely real. Absolutely real. I miss those conventions, dude. Actually, I guess I kind of even more miss the fact that like, when you care about some games that are on those conventions, you know, like kind of MMOs, live services, actually. Like when we were playing World of Tanks back then, like, dude, those conventions were like always fun. Because you were always like farming some freebies and some goodies, yeah? That's actually how they got me in World of Tanks. They just have a booth with a shitload of freebies, man. We like literally went there and they have like a huge booth. The one like 1 year they had like, you know, like the kind of like cargo container size of booth. Still kind of managed to put like 2 go-go dancers in. And then next year they just kind of like bringing, you know, like fucking, I don't know, like half of like pavilion was basically their booth already. It was the press day, so there was not a lot of people. And every time you play the game, you get like a bag with a t-shirt, with some like bonus codes for in-game gold and stuff, right? And the coupon that you will be able to later exchange for some food in like special canteen they had. Well, I wouldn't call it canteen really, like a stand, I guess, right? Though, like, I had like probably 5 t-shirts, maybe more. Hey, my friend, like, I don't know, like, they like some of my friends, they like dressed the whole family basically in those t-shirts. Because all you needed to do is just go in and play. And then those coupons, actually, the next day you go and they exchange it for like a hot dog and a can of Coke. Like, bro. That was good. Especially considering like all the food inside the convention center is like insanely overpriced and stuff. And here you get just like, for playing, you just get free food. Bro, let's go. And like some magazines and stuff. And then I'm like, you know, like arriving home. And there's like this like one of the bonus codes also like, you know, for new accounts with some more shit. And I'm like, I mean, I kind of did like when I was playing that stuff and I was trying that stuff. I mean, might as well install, you know. And then like 10,000 fucking matches later, I did uninstall it in the end. You know, after spending a bunch more on that too. With some like premium accounts and other things. So that kind of did work. That kind of did work, I guess. True to untrue. Well, I mean, they got us to play that for hot dogs, basically. Because like one more of my friends also decided to join after. They got us to try. And then you realize that it was actually good. Because, you know, the game is nice. Well, I mean, it used to be. It still probably kind of is, the core gameplay, until you hit, you know, all the issues that it has. With the grind, the monetization, you know. Matchmaking and other things. When we play it there, it's fun. And then you play it at home. It's also fun first. And then the longer you play, the more mad you get. The more tilt, the more rage. And that's when I stopped. That's when I peaced out. The precinct is pumping hard, actually. I heard it's pretty good stuff. I played the demo before. It did look nice, but kind of like... didn't feel like going for the release one, though. It did feel pretty good, though. In terms of the gameplay and everything, did seem kind of nice. Not the other Cubic Odyssey still. Seen it last time, I think. It's also pumping pretty good. That's kind of borderline mixed, though. Where there's some issues with the performance or some shit there, I don't remember actually. Yeah, it should be early access. Fix your hitboxes, alright. Horrible multiplayer, alright. Additional complaint. Yeah, the co-op one. The co-op one. A remix, hello. A bit of DK, that sounds familiar. That does sound familiar. We'll check, we'll check. No, let's check. Now, why not? I can return later to this. The beta DK sounds familiar. Yeah. I remember now. I remember now. It's interesting because like it's already a few weeks, I think. Almost a month probably. Every time someone is like, yeah, weekly beta DK check. And I'm always getting debated because I don't remember. Like so much stuff that I don't remember which one is this one. Like I'm like, familiar, but what it is, I don't remember. So I go and check. Was it also yesterday recommended to check Hack Hub, I think, was it? Hack Hub, yeah, there it is. Got the demo now, apparently. The Hackerman Simulator. Rival cyber secrets and foil mass surveillance. As a skilled hacker in Hack Hub, challenge authority, rewrite the rules, emerge as the ultimate digital rebel. Is that like an operator? It could be. It sounds a bit more dang though, I feel. Sounds a little more dang. Even have a pretty much Twitter there. Trends for you, Elon Musk. Damn, son. Why would you do that? Why? And the key scored. One and only. Release date for Venice. Venice, I think we're already kind of waiting for a while about, right? I remember checking that quite some time ago. Yeah. But the Hooded Horsen. Hooded Horsen with another banger. Well, you know it. As soon as there is an option, I'll be on it. Still the best, my most favorite publisher in terms of interactions. Always hooking up with good stuff. Fighting Collection 2, saw that last week. Yes, we did. Not dropping the ball yet. House of Legacy. I feel like I played like the similar town builder already before. I forgot the name though, but I think I did. Forge the Dynasty. But I don't remember. What was the name? Like River something? No, River Towns. I'm gonna try to remember now. Oh, actually, wait, this one I think. Driving City Song, wasn't it? That was nice. This one was nice. No, I mean, not exactly the same, but you know. Going for this, like, somewhat similar style. And the vibe. This one was nice. Buy the Spice Wars DLC today. I want to get a little, you know, a little pumping for Dune. For the Dune release. I want to get back to Spice Wars, and I haven't played the DLC. And it was like, again, perfectly timed with sale, and I was like, well, shit. I guess I do it. So a new faction for me to play now too. Extra excuse to return to it. So I already installed it and everything. Gonna hype myself up a bit. A -1 plover. Kinda 2. 2, I think. I've been blurred. More like 2, more like 2. But it is what it is. Hopefully good stuff. Spice Wars is a really good game. I actually don't mind returning to that. Always fun to play. Still sad that they didn't do like some proper like story campaign. And looking at the fact that they're already kind of working on some other games, I assume there's not gonna be anything like that. It's kind of weird though, because I think it was like successful enough, really. Okay, what that? What was that there? Oh, it's like the edition with the DLC together. I see. All right. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's quite pumping, actually. Yeah, they're working on something else. Like, Shooter Games working on that, what's the name? It was like some space, like, very ambitious thing that we saw on one of the showcases, which we also kind of question marked, like, what the fuck is that? Because it was, like, something very ambitious and something, like, very, very dank. Yeah, some sort of, like, MMO-ish thing. And the cheap prices in the region is not even the cheapest. That's the Commonwealth of Independent States. A region. It's not even the cheapest. Not even the cheapest. But yes, that's Armenia region, actually. Back to the region where it belongs, eh? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, they did, like, patch some through... but yeah, last one was basically at the end of last year. Until then, they were kinda regularly updating and stuff, patching, like, every week pretty much, and then end of the year just, like, poof, gone. Silence. That's really sad, dude. Because could add, like, more factions, could add, like, the proper campaign and everything. There's so much you could do still. But even what it is there is already pretty good, so I don't even mind, I guess. Don't even mind, I guess. Yeah, I did play it a bunch, yeah. Did play it quite a bunch on stream. And the War Tales people, the new rivals, I see. The War Tales, I think... Actually, War Tales maybe even they're getting more... Yeah, the spacecraft, this thing, yeah, they're making right now, so... Not exactly your rivals, Not exactly. And the War Tales is probably even, like, more updated and everything. Pumping some DLCs and everything there still. But yeah, they're doing some insane, super ambitious space shit, so... We'll see how that will go. And the game is dead, yeah? I mean, like, that already was like 131 hours, dude. Now I got the DLC, it's gonna be even more that I can juice out of it. Like, it's still a really good game, though. Like, even if they stop updating it, like, right now, dead on, which, I mean, kind of seems like it. Like, there's still plenty of shit to do, really. Still plenty of shit, not to mention that they have this, like, roguelike sort of mode. The roguelike campaign, pretty much, where you can just, like, do a whole bunch of different, like, builds, pretty much, for your playthrough every time, so... Like, the replayability on this one is really good. I just kind of would love... Just because it's Dune, I would love to have some campaign with, like, kind of story, not just, you know, roguelike replayability fiesta, but... Something that you can actually, like, you know, finish that would be interesting. That makes the money the DLC. Yeah, I don't know, like, maybe DLC didn't go that well, because, like, the game itself, like, a lot of reviews and stuff. Yeah, I guess DLC is not, like, super Pogian. Terraformers DLCs also. The Terraformers also wouldn't mind playing some more. That was my kind of, like, when we moved in Armenia first, that was my kind of, like, you know, the comfy off-stream game. Just to play some Terraformers and chill. True, Raze is true. True. The Jacksmith. Yeah, I saw this one also, I think, last week. And there is also Blacksmith Master to play. That reminds me. The Wandering Village, nice, nice. Wandering Village I might revisit at some point, we'll see. A Labyrinth of the Demon King. Yeah, fill the form. Maybe it was already too late to fill the form or something. Or they just got overwhelmed and didn't go through everything. But yeah, unlucky. Unlucky. It'd be nice to play eventually, though. Gets a 1.0 update. July 17th, let's see. And 1.0 I might actually play. And 1.0 I might do a bit of a revisit. What is Zora 1.0? The puzzle nature building game. Really nice reviews and stuff too. So kind of also a dwarf romantic-ish something. Yeah, it looks like. See, you guys see? Wait, Wandering Village? But why would you need the Wandering Village when you have Ebola Village, dude? Now that's good gaming. Yeah, that was last week already too. Now that's the proper village, man. And the Wandering Village is lame. You need Ebola Village in your life. Saw that one last week. This one also saw last week. Piltan need to release faster. The market is dead. Game is showing the same stuff every week already. Like, no new games, dude. It's time. The window is open. The window is open. True, Steve, true, huh? Let's see what I say. Gaming is truly dead, yeah. And the Proventure Wall side, yeah, Vampire Survivors with base building, I remember. Don't start the new game, no, done like acquiring assets and everything there. Sultan is like going like full proper, you know, proper game dev now. Got some assets and got DLSS running already. Done. You know. Almost prepared already. Almost prepared. Just need to get even more assets and, like, you know, get some sort of kind of little loop and it can release already. Easy life. If there would be some like horror slope or something, probably. But he's aiming for something danker though, so. True, Jimmy, true. I think it was better though. I think it was better before. Like nowadays, it kind of got like stuck somewhat. Hello. It kind of got not that good with recommendations recently. Just like showing a lot of repeating things. Before it was sometimes kind of like going for some hidden gems, right? And nowadays rarely. Sikaraku, let's see. Damn, Nick. Gaben knows that you're a coomer, dude. That you're a coomer. And the snowfall. Similar to Kingdom Come. Not so sure, but I guess. Collect taxes, then big gaming. Big gaming. I see, Steve, I see. Well, this one, actually, I guess not like super crazy poke, though. What is wrong with this one? Disappointing. Try too many things at once. Cut most of it, release a game that feels unfocused. This one feels more like a visual novel, I see. I see. And the prequel, I see. The Milky Way Idol. A multiplayer idle RPG. The automation replaces grinding. Everything AFK. Damn, the peak gaming, dude. A recent decision to introduce a monthly subscription-based membership after the full Steam launch feels incredibly disappointing. Well, I mean, it's free to play. What do you expect, bro? They will somehow try to make money out of you. That's just how it goes. A recently introduced aggressive pay-to-win mechanism called the Boo Pass. Progress heavily skewed in favor of players willing to spend real money. Yeah, they imagine subscribing for like something that you don't even fucking play. Like, why, dude? And where did we take the wrong turn? Okay, you bought something, right? Like installed and like playing idler, fine. But, like subscriptions, you can AFK even longer, you know, like why? Do that all the time? Well, I mean, I don't count like doing like sitting in the city in like some World of Warcraft or something, you know, and doing nothing. That's different. That's kind of different. Kinda. It's like a gym membership. I guess depends on the people. For me, it's kind of other way around. Like if I spend money on something, you know, I kind of want to justify the spending. So if I get the membership, I actually go. And that is something that actually motivates me to go. Corpo hopes they forget they're paying. I mean, true. That is true. $100, damn. Not the battle pass on an idle game. And the overpriced pass. How much do they ask nowadays for the AFK subscription? no price here. I guess you need to check it in the game store probably. Security, I see. Brother. Oh, okay, I see. Did you decide to die again? Gaben? That's not Gaben though, that's probably... Yep, that's the Wi-Fi saying no and leaving. See how it is. Not sure why actually, but... happens. Every once in a while. Come on. Hiding the pay to win there. No, it doesn't say here. I'm just curious. Just curious how much would it cost? Yeah, looks like the lights after that also gets come out now. One moment. Some Wi-Fi fiesta going on. At least it doesn't affect the main connection though. The stream, so that's good. At least that is good, huh? I used to get hyped for video games, then doesn't work that way anymore. Doesn't work that way anymore. There's the green lights, alright. Alrighty, Slavic, already. Have a good one. Enjoy the food, yeah. Enjoy. Let's see, Jordy, I say. At least something to be excited about. The series, as I say, the double AFK. Yes, Yurimura, I see. I mean, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. THQ with Summer Showcase? There actually was something, yeah. There actually was something, I think. I do think there was something. There was like the one Kringi one, right? In one of the years when there was a lot of yapping. And I think actually maybe last year was okay one actually. Short one though, I think like 30 or 40 minutes. And they showed some games and that's it. I think it was last year's summer or something. Something like that. Yeah, but yeah, I think there was something like that. Alright, 1 second, let me open the news. Forgot to prepare all the magic tubs. Gonna get the tubs open. 1 moment. Alright, there it is. Alright. This and this and this and this and this. Open all that stuff. Can open all the tubs, huh? There's way too many. Actually, do they know that many, I'd say? Not that bad. Not that much. Not that much. Alright, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. Just gonna unlock all the tubs, and then we go into it. this one too. No, double. I usually like open them in like before, but today I forgot to just click all the tabs basically. 1 moment. Actually decent amount looks like. Not that low. The Gothic. Oh yeah, the Gothic should be already like supposed to be this year. It was supposed to be even I think in like first quarter or something from what I've seen. But yeah, that totally didn't happen. That totally didn't happen. But it should be. It should be. Maybe they were also kind of afraid of like GTA or something. 2026 you think? Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it. Alright, let's go. Tabs opened. Let's go. Alright. A video game voice actor union takes Fortnite's Darth Vader chatbot to court. Find the lack of notice for bargaining over terms disturbing. Well, on which grounds they will do though? Accusing company subsidiary Llama Productions of using AI to replace the work of human performers. Or at least replacing human performance without first haggling out terms with the union. Collaboration with the family of James Earl Jones, original voice of Darth Vader. So, how will that work if you know, if he's dead, and I mean, totally not a part of the union anymore. His family obviously also, I guess, not part of the union then, right? So, on which grounds, like, why would they negotiate with the union then if they are not the part of it? The unfair labor practice charge. I want a piece of the pie. Well, I mean, at least they kind of coming from, you know, like the good intentions though to limit and to control the usage of AI and voice acting. I can get behind that, absolutely. But in this situation, like, I don't know, like, will that actually work? Will that actually work? Celebrate the right of our members and their estates to control the use of their digital replicas and welcome the use of new technologies to allow new generations to share in the enjoyment of those legacies and renowned roles. However, we must protect our right to bargain terms and conditions around uses of voice that replace the work of our members, including those who previously did the work of matching Darth Vader's iconic rhythm and tone in video games. On what side is the family? The voice actor family, the actor, right, of Darth Vader family, and I mean they sold in collaboration with his family, so I mean, you know, they got paid to allow to use it. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be for free. Like, if anything, it should be like family molding, because yeah, like, you know, the AI Darth Vader is just like dropping gamer words and stuff. But looks like they got, you know, their paycheck and they don't care. They fine. And union wants to kind of like somehow regulate it. And the family is okay. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna like get anything. No, I mean they basically like the grounds, I guess, would be is that, you know, we might protect our rights to bargain terms and conditions around uses of voice that replace the work of our members. So basically they have like someone else who's voicing like Darth Vader in some other like games or like, you know, medias, and like they didn't like negotiate with them, like they needed to negotiate with them instead of using the OG voice or something. I don't know. It sounds like they're not really gonna win anything here. Because like he's like He's not part of the union himself because he's dead, and his family neither because they're not voice actors, right? So like, I don't know. Like the company technically, if it's like under some sort of obligations in front of like the union, I guess maybe they could try to pull something like that, but still kind of sounds a little weird. Yes, essentially, I see. I think it's that Dink actually, huh? Well, I mean, in this case, yeah, clearly they are mad just to kinda... They didn't get in the process of negotiating, I guess. Which, I mean, yeah, would benefit them most likely. If there would be a process. The Anno 117 Pax Romana is aiming to be a more flexible, distinctly Roman management game. As Ghost said you need them. And there it is. The overview trailer. There's a bunch of, I think, like content creators who got like their hands on at the game and got some gameplay videos and stuff out there. So you can check that. And wait for winter. At the height of Rome's power. It could be barely a difference, yep, probably. Damn, Jordy, damn. The hot takes there. And the wild edicts. Playing as a Roman governor. A much more distinct role than previous titles. Take a lot of bold choices in this role, from choosing your starting province in the sandbox mode and to features like the new discovery tree. A land combat place players firmly in this period in history, a feature I believe is essential to fully deliver on the Roman fantasy. There will be options to play purely peacefully. System of Romanization. Something sounds like it will be far more relevant in the game's second province, Celt-inspired Albion. Unique infrastructure like aqueducts, and it seems like Ubisoft mains are going all out in the Roman colonial fantasy. So all the warfare and everything else are gonna be there. The fish-based economy, sanctuaries to build, House of the Gods, and everything also gonna be there. Polytheistic society Rome offered us opportunity to present this with a deep and dynamic religion and belief system. Interesting. The warfare more advanced, I see. A modular shipbuilding. Then they're going like all out there, man. Can build diagonally for the first time. Time to build some insane cities there. We'll see. And the secret game of the year there. Down is Ubisoft. I mean, they so far, like with Anno, I think we're doing kind of alright, except maybe for solid amount of DLCs and the season passes, though. The year passes, I guess. The year passes, A Frog Legs, a short single-player horror action game starring Carl, the suburban house frog. You'll be able to conquer arcade challenges, solve puzzles, and ribbit and tear your way back to the life you once knew. There you go, the frog-likes, man. And more frog-likes. And €2.50 for this one, and positive reviews and stuff. Why not? Why not? 97% positive, huh? Quality gaming there. Quality gaming. The Cave Diver. Crawl down a suffocating cave system using only your arms as in this punishing physics horror adventure. While morbid forces calling you deeper into the heart of the caves. No, that was like the claustrophobia of the game, I guess, or something. Why would you do that? Yeah. This seems too much. And the mega claustrophobia. Insane. A ribbit and tear, yeah. And that's quite the game in there. And many dicks ready there already. Damn son. Jordy's dangerous. Dangerous. And the stuck on cave videos on YouTube are quite popular. Interesting, I say. And the Shift Up essentially confirms Stellar Blade 2 is in the works. Haven't revealed how revealing it will be. Not much of a surprise, honestly. True. Coomer's gonna be eating again. Once again. I recently shared this investor relations presentation from May of this year, most of it being businessy nonsense neither you or I could give two tosses about. And the key thing is a slide in its strategy section showing a very basic plan for its games, Nike and Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade section shows a label titled Platform Expansion, presumably in reference to the upcoming PC port. There's also a bit that just plainly says a sequel, which, I don't know about you, certainly implies that the sequel is likely to be in the works. Section also shows that all of these steps are being taken between 2024, i.e. at the original release year of Stellar Blade, and 2027, seeming to suggest that Shift Up plan to release a sequel by then. Previously reported Project Witch is listed, and also seemingly due to out before 2027. Many details on that one still, but appears to be early days still, as another section notes that there is only 18 people working on it currently, compared to the 107 devs working on Stellar Blade, 148 devs working on Nike. Worth noting that this might have changed by now, as these figures are as of March 2025. Well, I mean, that wasn't that long ago. Either way, you probably shouldn't expect proper reveal of that for a while. So, 2027. It's pretty fast. Actually, I guess not really that much. I'm not really that fast. 1 second. Soundtracku switch. Now, where is it? Where is it? There it is. From the start. Alright. Here we go. Cyberpunk 2077's sequel will see you return to Night City and head to a new city described as Chicago gone wrong. So says Mike Pondsmith himself. The Cyberpunk creator. I assume Cyberpunk is in the what's the name? Like the universe, the book, the tabletop stuff. Sharing some tidbits about the Digital Dragons, namely to do with Games Map. Explained that with the sequel, he's not as involved directly, but he does get to look at the scripts of the game. Last week I was wandering around, talking different departments and seeing what they had. Because the new cyberware, what do you think? That's pretty good, that works here. And just like randomly like dropping them leaks all over the place. I spent a lot of time talking to one of the environment guys, and he was explaining how the new place, because another city that we visit, and I'm not telling you any more than that, but there is another city that we visit. Night City is still there. I remember looking at it and going, I understand the feel that you're going for, and this really does work. It doesn't feel like Blade Runner, it feels more like Chicago gone wrong. And I said, yeah, I can see this working. And roam around Night City once more alongside this new Chicago-like city. We'll see. Already gone wrong, yeah. The Cyberpunk version might be an upgrade. I mean, you never know. You never know how deep can it go. WoW director Carrie Patel has left Obsidian and joined Oxenfree Dev Night School as a game director. Unclear why Patel left the studio. I mean, I wonder. Let's hope it's not because of a VOD. I hope. Mentioned literally zero details outside of what her new role is, so it's not even clear why she left Obsidian. Sinking ship, maybe? I mean... I don't know. I kind of doubt it, though. I kind of doubt it. I mean, probably knows a bit more. Probably knows more about that. Why stay? Why? I'm gonna cover the windows. A new position as game director. Hard to say. Maybe there are some issues. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Chris Avalon back in the day also left because of like the conflicts with some other people in the lead. So, you know, could be. I mean, what did they have? Outer Worlds 2, right, in development, and that's, I think, kinda it, if I remember correct. And we'll see how that will go. And we'll see how that one will go. Which is also this year, I think, right? So, like, even more RPGing to do there. Even more. MIO and Memories in Orbit. Is Android MIO in this mesmerizing Metroidvania. Explored the vessel, enormous technological ark overgrown with machines gone rogue. Uncover the secrets, enhance Maya's abilities, and save the spaceship and its residents from oblivion. Focus Entertainment, actually. Published by Focus. Any game players? I guess. Some dang combatants too, even. Oh, this could be nice. This could be nice. That looks interesting. Could be alright. We'll see. Hey Randy, not sure if saying that a real fan will figure out how to pay $80 for Borderlands 4 is a good look. The game's price is yet to be set, but come on. Yeah, that Fiesta did, huh? Express concern over upcoming shooter potentially being $80. Sinking City short? I can tell you. Oh, actually, maybe not, because I think it was an Epic I played. Probably. Or was it? Yeah, it probably was. But yeah, it wasn't that long. Like, you read it, at least back then. I know they changed that much. You didn't need the open world stuff whatsoever. It was actually kind of bad. But like the main story, if you just focus, it was pretty fast. Well, not super fast though. It still was multiple streams, so it was still solid, but nothing super crazy. A, not my call. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. And my local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991. When I was just out of high school working minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach. And I found a way to make it happen. Then Pitchford thought he'd follow it up with this little nugget. If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. Well, yeah, they just posted the tweet there anyway. Yeah, are you guys real fans then to make it happen? Don't think it's that good of a. Don't think that's good of a good of a take there the guy had. especially for $80 and stuff. There were some games back then, indeed, that were like really expensive, and that is true. Well, I mean, back home they were insanely expensive back then, like that I'm not even gonna count. But yeah, I think I remember like even some people were posting like the catalogs and everything to show that the prices for games even back in the day were kind of crazy. But you know, the industry kind of should be going in the way of like making it all more streamlined, more convenient, more like automated, you know, delegated and stuff like that. So it should be like it shouldn't really be going up, and it shouldn't be probably staying at the same place. Inflation and stuff, sure, but like the thing is, they also like gonna be double dipping with all the skins, all the battle passes, all the DLCs and stuff like that. Like they already farming you anyway. Yeah, worst cases of shooting your own goose laying golden eggs. But I mean, it's still kind of lazy though for them, mostly. Mostly. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I think like $80 prices, we're gonna see the effect of that like soon, way more often. Like I wonder if Doom, for example, like situation is already kind of an indicator a little bit, right? That people are not super happy, you know, and not really ready to pay that much and stuff, you know. The time he speaks, he makes things worse. Happens, indeed. Happens. Sometimes it's better not to even try. Better not even to talk. Yes, he said, Lies of Peace upcoming easy difficulty modes have wonderfully unhelpful names. Brittled Pungency of Butterfly's Guidance. Butterfly's Guidance or Awakened Puppet. Standard difficulty will be a Legendary Stalker. I think it's a bit of a letdown after a Butterfly's Guidance and Awakened Puppet. I decided to add some difficulty modes there. Difficulty modes in Souls-likes, I don't give a shit about it, honestly. Like, as long as there's like the proper, you know, difficulty that is like intended, and it says like this is our intended difficulty, you know. Call it whatever you want. I'm okay with that. I don't really care. Easy, like something else, I don't give a shit, honestly. Someone wants to play easy, I mean, that's on them. That's on them. There are different ways to kind of make it easier, right? You can like grind an overlevel, you can summon players, you can summon NPCs, right? All those things. So you can already sort of do it. Not supposed to mark any specific difficulty option as intended. No, so like some people who kind of rather should go for easier one will go for the intended one and then suffer. Already have built-in difficulties. Yeah, I mean, like I do agree. Like you have ways to adjust your own personal difficulty, but if for some people it's kind of like, you know, like I don't know, some sort of like barrier basically to entry. And if they will get the actual option that will make it easier for them, I mean, be my guest, whatever. Yeah, I do actually like when it says that. I do like it. Like if it says like intended difficulty, I will most likely will go for that. True so true, huh? No, serious, I see. Welcome back, Slavik. Come back, Rajan. Don't name it with silly names. I think actually silly names is pretty much their attempt to kind of make it, you know, like, you know, so for some people like playing like easy mode, it feels, you know, bad, right? So like they just kind of like change the semantics, but you know, the meaning is still the same. It's pretty much just gonna be like called something else, and it's gonna be like in description it says probably, you know, like you're gonna have this and that, or something like that, you know. So people don't feel bad that they like, you know, don't feel noobs by picking some difficulty, not because it's not called easy, but it's called like something else. It's like it's the same thing as like, you know, not mentioning the intended difficulty. Was it then portable? I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure. The ear is intact even. Nice, right? Yeah, nice. See, I don't really mind. I don't understand all this, like, you know, even like commotion and ruckus all the time whenever like the difficulty, like it just feels weird, honestly. Like everything has its mode. Yes, okay, I agree. Like that's the thing. Like you can keep that, like you can keep the OG, right? Like it's intended, you know, designated difficulty, how we made the game and how we want you to play it. Where you still can do all those like little things, right? Where you still can summon, where you still can over level, right? Like it's there, leave it be. But for someone for who is kind of like hard to comprehend, they are not familiar with the genre, they don't know how it works, who needs more hand holding, give them the easy mode. Like, you know, like if it's there, it's an option. I don't need to press it. I just do the intended one and whatever. Dilutes the product most of the time. I think not in this case. Like if it's literally just kind of like, you know, you get the same thing, same product, but someone like, I don't know, like some person who's new to it or something, right? Like a person who's bad with video games in general, right? And they just kind of like press a different button and they just get like, I don't know, like HP of the mobs like cut in half and damage like increased over yours, or like their damage decreased, and like literal just like a few modifiers, right? Cut the HP, cut the damage, done. Like it doesn't affect me as playing the regular difficulty, right? Yeah, portable. I do think it's just a bunch of elitism, honestly. Like some people just kind of probably like, you know, mad that someone's gonna put like easy mode and finish the game and say like, oh yeah, I finished like game name, right? And and you know, like while they were doing it proper way, you know, try harding and stuff, and someone just like, you know, put the easy mode and will be like, oh yeah, I finished it, you know, and they're like, the fuck, dude? Which difficulty you played? This is not the legit difficulty. Same as right now is the same also, like, yeah, you like, you're gonna brag about something, it's gonna be still like, oh, did you summon? Oh yeah, that's trash. It's kind of like, I mean, we do that even like with our friend, for example, sometimes, because he over levels like crazy. And when he was playing like Lords of the Fallen, he was posting like the videos how he was killing the bosses, and I was just kind of like, you know, molding in a way, because like, I mean, in a friendly way, right? Just kind of banter stuff. Because he was just like a full, you know, like the Myoga, the heavy shield with like some over leveled crazy HP and everything, and he was like literally like tanking through everything. You know, like I was watching, and like some bosses were like, oh dude, like do you realize that if you like destroy those thingies here, he's not gonna be healing and stuff? I'm like, I don't care. I just like smorted him, you know. If he was healing, I was damaging more. That's it, pretty much. True stock, true. So yeah, like I don't like, I understand sometimes with some games, right? Like let's take like Elder Scrolls and stuff, right? Like having some sort of like scaling and everything mechanics. Yeah, it does take from the experience for everyone, let's say, right? In some other games, like balancing things around to make it, you know, doable for by everyone, yeah, it can take away from like the challenge and stuff too. But like adding like literally some sort of like damage reduction, you know, HP reduction thingy, in my opinion, doesn't take away from experience. Like, if you can still play it intended way, just like make sure like you guys not scrubs, you want to get good, this is the option. Press it and play it as we intended you to play. You guys are scrubs and don't want to get good, then press this shit and, you know, enjoy yourself. That's it. So yeah, just kind of like all this discourse about it, I always kind of like don't understand really. Like, what's the problem with that? Like, if they would need to change some sort of like, you know, placement of mobs, like some like make combos like different, like easier to do something, sure. I like it when you can modify to your liking, yes, or do that, yeah. Like put that stuff, you know, put that stuff in settings and accessibility mode. Done. Like when player starts the game, in some games they do that already, you know, like you start the game, you get like settings, right, like brightness, stuff like this, then like boom, accessibility settings, and you can just like, all right, modifiers, you know, you want game to be easier, you want game to be harder, you for example don't want them to be like, you know, less HP, less damage, but you want to have easier time parrying them. Alright, adjust the slider, get like the parry windows higher, right? The invincibility frame on the roll, for example, make it higher or something. Done. Why not? Yes, Dave, yeah, that is something I just never understood. Like, people so much up in arms about that stuff. Like, I see it like in MMO, for example, right? When there is like no difficulty, it's just like, all right, we want to appeal to everyone, so we're gonna change the game for everyone, to based around some like, you know, super mega MLG players, for example, right? Like, let's balance like some raid boss or something based on the feedback of some, I don't know, like, you know, like the top mythic raiding guild at world first and stuff. That does like world first challenges every time, and we're gonna like balance the whole game pretty much around them, and then all the people who play casually are just kind of suffering because, you know, they're not doing it on the mythic level and stuff like this, or other way around. Like, let's like balance everything around for kind of like, you know, the busy working dad who is playing like 1 hour a day, and put like some sort of like time gates and some other things, and then like people who actually want to kind of like grind and want to get good, they just kind of, you know, suffering. So yeah, not so sure. Not so sure. Damn right, Jen. Haven't heard that one. Haven't heard that one. Need the penis bragging? Yeah. I think that's basically like what, and you see it in the mostly. I think only time I see that discourse is in like Souls-like community, basically. And I think for some people, like, they're like, you know, trophy of beating that, or like getting some challenge done, all the achievements or something is so important that they just kind of like refuse to give the opportunity away to someone else to do it. And now there's like more and more kind of casual people rolling in, and then they molding more and more because, like, you know, oh, this guy was summoning. Like, my friend always summoning. I also kind of mock him for that stuff because I try not to, even though in Dark Souls 2 I did like twice, I think, on 2 bosses on my first playthrough. And after that, when I started playing other Souls games, I try not to. I try to get good usually, yeah. But like, yeah, he always summoned. Kind of meme on that sometimes, but like, yeah, he just likes playing that way, sure. That's some insane chicken. Oh, they do adjust it like this, Stock? Oh, I actually didn't know. Like, that, I think, is... that is shit. Like, that is shit, like, big shit. Like, that I agree. Because, like, I just want to try hard. I want to, like, get good. I'm ready to die, ready to suffer. I want to learn it. I don't want it to be like smooth. And that kind of difficulty reduction, I agree, is dumb. That's shit. I agree with that. Let's see. Let's see. To be honest, I heard it's like in many games they kind of have such mechanisms already. They're just kind of like very fine-tuned and hidden, so you don't really see them in action that much, but they apparently like in many games. So like would never be a thing without the whole difficulty aspect. I agree, yeah. Absolutely. And that's why you should make normal, like, you know, actually good. But like give people opportunity to play it easy. If they want. Like, you know, it's not like some sort of like just discussion in the air, you know, like to make it or not to make it. There's a demand, there's people who want it. Why not? Like when they started, they didn't need it. Like it was a niche genre, niche games. And now people want to play them. Why not give them an option? Put it in accessibility options, make it like into sliders and stuff. That's it. Let someone try to enjoy the game the way they can. I don't mean a normal balance. I mean normal as it is now. That's normal. That is intended. And then add the sliders or something, or the menus. Make it easier. If someone want to, make it harder. Like Iron Man mode, you know, randomizers, you know, people use mods for that. Same as people use mods to make, you know, like to iron out some of those like quality of life things and everything, right? Like if people do it a lot, make it an option yourself, in my opinion. Because that means there is a demand for that. A lot of people who want that stuff. And when you see like a bunch of people doing that with mods and stuff, that means there is also like a huge chunk of people who just like, instead of like trying to bother with that, they just kind of like, you know, leave. Oh, it's actually some good chicken indeed. I need them. Yeah, so it's basically, and there's like nuggies, right, and stuff. And our friend was like, we have like local store. Like don't buy nuggets, they dog. Like we're in local store in like the freezer section, we have those like thingies that are kind of just like, you know, a random weird shape, but it's actually kind of like, you know, like the actual chicken, you know, not like some sort of like minced shit in the nuggies. Like actual chunks of chicken in breading. It's actually good. Need to buy some more then. Yeah, for me usually normal is kind of like intended. But it's nice when it says, like in some games they do, you know, like story mode, you know, like no challenge and stuff. Intended mode, the way we kind of designed the game, right? And then there's kind of like hard mode where you just like insta die, you know, no UI or something like this. Also like some like butter or something inside too. Like really juicy. I need to buy more. That's nice. And the price is good also. That's gonna be good. I'm gonna stuff the freezer. Let's use NGSA. I think it's nice to mention which difficult, like not just the name, but you know, mention, which is that's why there's sliders and check marks are good to have, so you can decide for yourself. Like in some games, some features, for example, would be considered like, you know, part of the light difficulty, like the low difficulty preset. But I, for example, would love to play like, you know, like on hard, but like drop, for example, like, I don't know, like sponginess, for example, you know, like keep the enemy damage insane and like my damage, for example, also, or like their HP kind of low, but high damage. So it's kind of, you know, instead of like hitting those insane like HP sponges, damage sponges, right? You just kind of like have, they kill you easy, you kill them easy, you know, this kind of stuff, for example. Yeah, like adjusting grinding, that is really cool, yeah. Like if you play survival game like that single player, when you just don't, like you want to play the game, try things, right? Go through story of the game, but you don't want to like, you know, fucking farm wood for, you know, years, for example. Which, to be honest, pretty much in every multiplayer survival game, you can also do it in server settings. That's it. Monster Hunter, for example. Well, I mean, Monster Hunter multiplayer, it's kind of harder, right? Like you can have like people together who one of them just kind of, you know, like up the sliders and like rolling and everything, and another one just playing as it's supposed to be and suffering, right? Like they can't do that. Unless they make it microtransaction. That they probably can. You know, but if there will be a way to do like some sort of like private worlds or something, why not? One monster with 5% of a bad drop is dog shit. Like on one hand, I kinda agree, because I see how people play, right? I see a lot of people who kind of were super hyped up, played for a week and stuff, and they were gone. Like, they probably don't want to grind that shit for a while, right? They just want to play the game, get as much stuff as possible, as fast as possible, just to try, right? And say done and leave. I, for example, don't mind returning. Like, I actually kind of don't mind those, like, rare drops and stuff, for example. It actually probably would feel even better for me if I would be, like, specifically hunting for some. I know the name, I know the chance, I know what I use it for, right? And then I go farming it, and then it drops, and that would be like that's my insane like dopamine. That's Ragnarok Online for me, you know. When I know what drops there from these mobs in this area, and I go for it and I get it, that feels super fucking good. Well, to be honest, in Wilds right now, like all the sets and stuff you need, like I didn't need to grind almost ever, I think. Like nothing I would call the grind, right? Like I'm in total like what I'm in Wilds, like 80 hours. Yeah, no, not even yet, not even. And I honestly like, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like best in slot and stuff, right? But like I have a fully upgraded, like I have my set of armor that I kind of needed for the build. I have it fully upgraded, and yes, I'm missing some of the like the gems, whatever you put in some of my gear. but I have like most of this stuff. Like it's already kind of like fine tuning and making it completely perfect, pretty much. So, like if you want to be that way, it gets less and less with every game title. Hey Zebra, like right now, for example, the what's the name? The Miyaga tempered Raidao. To get the full set from him, you just need to kill 5 times, basically. You want to equip your cat also 2 more times. Done. You got the full set. Arc tempered, yeah. You got the full set, and you got your cat equipped too. That's not bad. Seven kills. I mean, it's arc tempered. It takes a while. But well, we got duo with Steven. We actually even got the challenge kill, like what 1.5 minutes below the best rating. Not too bad. You can farm those 7 times. Like if you're not super MLG player, even probably just gonna be like a couple of hours, few hours. 9 seconds above, yeah. So I would say it's nice. Like if you want to go for something like super cool cosmetic, right? You want to get some sort of like, I mean, it's also like me talking from my 80 hours total Monster Hunter experience, right? Take it with like a pile of salt, but it's like my personal for now experience with the game, right? How I can. Oh yeah, you can get even more than one. Yeah, true actually. True. You can get even more than 1 per kill. But like for now, all I see is like if you want to go for some like very specific types of like gear, and mostly cosmetic types of gear, just for transmog sort of, right? Then you need already to try. Like for example, I wanted to craft one of the fucking eye patch, dude. The fucking eye patch. It's actually kind of ugly. I don't know why, but like I could kind of craft it, so I decided why not. And I'm missing one material from there. And to get that material, you don't even fucking farm monsters. Like now that I kind of find grind, and that I kind of don't like. But like I ended up basically just like running 3 different like, you know, fast travel spots, because there's this fucking crab with the medal, right, that you kind of like catch and get that medal. And when you get enough medals, you can exchange them if you get lucky, and the NPC will have that exchange in particular. You can exchange for those mats, and then you craft that thing. Now that is kind of grind, but that's a fucking eye patch that you don't need. Like, if you really want some specific cosmetic, well, yeah, you'll probably need to kind of grind for something. But if you want just like, you know, stuff, you know, to function, and some stuff to kind of have some variety in clothing and stuff, and in style, then yeah, you don't even need to try too much with farming. Shit as nice for the Covenant, yeah, true. Dark Souls 3 actually kind of wasn't that bad. Like, I think I farmed those guys probably for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. And I got everything I needed for achievement. Like, wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Farm for a week? Really? Really? No, I swear I remember like I was done with that really fast. Like I got like the full drop rate setup for that, because I was farming like multiple different Covenant items, right? And like they were dropping it really good. Like on the staircase, right? You just kind of like rest, kill like 3 or 4 of them, rest again, and just like go in this circle again and again and again. And like I think it was like a few hours. Like it felt really fast, to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong though, but I think so. At least for what I needed for achievement. Is it Dark Souls 3? Yeah, Dark Souls 3. Strange. I mean, maybe I was that lucky or something, but yeah, I think I was done with like... I don't remember any of those item farming to be like that crazy long. And the teeth thingies, yeah. Yeah, I think I farmed almost all Covenants except for like the pink one. Pink one I farmed half, I think, or something. So I think for Red Covenant I was like, I remember in some dungeon killing the guys. And for pink, or was it for pink actually? And the Med Covenant, whatever. Like Med Covenant, I did get some like invasions and stuff to do to farm some. But then the rest I also farmed, I think. Occasionally being summoned to Dark Moon duty, that never happened for me. I think when I started doing the all achievements and I was already like a new game, I don't remember plus what, and I was like 100 something level, and yeah, you just don't get any of those. I think I had like one maybe, and it failed in the end, I think, and didn't even connect or something. Like blue one I haven't seen. The red, pink I was kind of getting, especially pink, I think, easily. But blue one was just like, nope. Bungie leaders feared Destiny 2's fancy glowing trials gear would kill the microtransactions, claims source. Anonymous former staff brand leadership toxic and unaccountable. That's like what I'm talking about for like a while, right? Like they're literally like afraid of giving you some cool looking gear for like as a reward for your kind of like achievement in the game, just because they'd rather sell that shit to you. That's what I hate a lot, like in MMOs and stuff. Because instead of like unique rewards and stuff and feeling good, you know, like I got like this rare drop from some like mob, from some boss or something especially, right? I like farmed the items from the boss. Like Ragnarok Online, for example, right? Like you see like the guy in the boys camp, you know, he killed that guy 10 times. Or like the Mistress Crown, for example, back in the day. Nowadays, like you can shit those items probably. And back in the day, like in the early ages of like servers, like, you know, like some like evil ears or angel ears, for example, were kind of like cool and rare and useful also because they were giving stat bonuses, not just cosmetics. And the Mistress Crown, you need to get Coronet from the Mistress to drop with like 1.5% chance. Then you need a bunch of other items. Then you craft that Crown of Mistress, and it's also like cool looking, and it's also useful for like monk, for my monk, for example. Like it was all like cool. Like you see something, you know, like you find in Ragnarok Online you can also like buy them from players, right? But well, I mean, that guy farmed the money to buy that item, so it's still a flex, right? And nowadays you get some fucking shit as a drop, like some cosmetic that is garbage, and then like someone in like the store on the store mount just like riding along, and they have like, you know, like some fucking wings, you know, like rainbows everywhere, LEDs out of their ass, you know, smoke and stuff, and they like can like put some command, and it also like makes some noise and everything, right? And you just ride this like little fucking horse that just like has like some like, you know, like a little different like color, you know, of the saddle or some shit, with no effects and nothing. That's what I really dislike about MMOs nowadays. Like what I dislike about monetization of MMOs. Like they really do like take away the main thing, in my opinion, that MMOs kind of like, you know, like thrive in, you know, like the sense of like, you know, flex. Lowered horses with LED saddles, yeah. The entirety of the game, shopkeepers in the wagon behind. Like this one, I kind of like, you know, not so opposed, I guess. It's kind of like, you know, pay for quality of life. Like, it's bad. It's bad, I agree also, but like, okay, I could be okay with that. Especially if you can acquire it also some other ways. If it will be like free-to-play MMO, for example, I would be completely okay. If it's like already MMO you paid for, and then you also need to pay to, you know, achieve comfort in the game, that is fucking weird. But like rewards from the bosses and stuff, they should be like good. They should be cool looking. They should be recognizable by people, you know. When like, you know, the items by names, right? Like, you know, like some like that's what I noticed, right? I'm not really super into World of Warcraft, right? Like, haven't played, but even like kind of like a little bit on the side, being engaged with that content, and you just realize that like, people playing Classic, for example, and like they know like all the cool like weapons, all the cool sets and everything by name. They know all of those. Like, oh, this mob drops this shit. It's super good for like warrior in this build, for example, right? Hey, Toast. Yeah, that kind of stuff too. Like, they know those by name. Or like the fucking Illidan Blaze, right? Like you know that stuff from like fucking Warcraft 3 even, and you're like, oh man, how fucking cool is that? You can have that shit. And like also like named items that are not just named items, you know, that are useless and just cosmetics, but like the named items that are actually kind of like best in slot and stuff like that, right? So you kind of like need to go farm that from there, and it's like, you know, second best, then you go into another raid and there you get the best in slot, and that is named that way. And not just some sort of like, you know, like nameless, like random drop with like randomized stats that just like drops somewhere and, well, shit, alright, I guess. Even though partially randomized stats I kinda like. If it would be like named sword with like some fixed good stats, and then you have like a couple of stats that are also random, so you kinda have more motivation, you know, alright, I got this cool sword, but it could be better. So I'm gonna continue farming until I get like, you know, best in slot that is also with best in slot stats. Then it's done. That, I guess, is kinda alright, but yeah, like, it's about the rewards. A number of allegations about Destiny 2 and Marathon developers from anonymous former employees. Staff once proposed Destiny subscription model, but were vehemently shut down by leaders. Lots of claims about toxic, unaccountable management, some throwaway insights about how the company culture changed in the course of being acquired by Sony. Far catches my eye in smaller detail, there was apparently concern that a particular Destiny 2 armor set would be so compelling for players it might stop them from hoovering up new gear in the Eververse cosmetics store. I find this intriguing because it speaks to the tricky line I imagine most artists have to walk when calibrating the appeal of outfits in loot-driven games with microtransactions. Don't want any of your work to look ugly, but there needs to be an obvious distinction between the included drops and the bits you're selling separately. Seems like it should be fun, in the absence of tyrannous executives, to haggle over that distinction. I don't know how it's better to do it though. Like how to kind of keep it enticing, I guess, to buy something from the game store, and in the same time, you know, having some rewards that are feeling rewarding. Because obviously they still want to make money, especially free-to-play MMOs, right? They still need to kind of sell you stuff. And if you kind of can get some cool things from some like bosses and everything, then would you even go and buy stuff in the store? So that I'm not so sure. I think it should be maybe some customization options or something. Like you get some sort of like, you know, rare drop. But then in the store you can also buy for like reasonable amount something that will allow you to customize whatever you kind of got from like the Mega Boss or something. Change color, for example, you know, like add some stickers on top of that or something, I don't know, like, you know, this kind of stuff. Accuse leadership being arbitrary, high-handed and overpaid, often shutting down suggestions from creatives and meetings. No names are given, but Allegary's interviewees do comment positively about certain former Bungie higher-ups. Former Chief Technology Officer Louis Villegas, former Community Manager Eric Osborne, and former Game Director Joe Blackburn. And LED in US, yeah. Some vitriol for Bungie's human resource team, who are characterized as covering up with the missteps and bad behavior of leaders. I mean, that's pretty much exactly why they have HRs usually. One particular HR person who has now apparently left is described as being more concerned about securing company's acquisition by Sony in 2022, as part of which they were supposedly due to receive $5 million payout. Sources also describe having their social media feeds monitored and being warned against promoting themselves as Bungie employees. Which, like, yeah, in my opinion, I don't know, man. I feel like it's in general not a bad idea to not promote yourself as an employee of, like, anything, honestly. Just keep your personal shit, you know, personal. And if you can also, like, you know, not have your, like, real name and stuff attached on that, then it's probably even better. But I guess forcing it is kind of, like, not the best idea. Let's see, Soka, I see you. I mean, true, yeah, because they try to put as much, like, bling and stuff as possible on them and make them stand out as much as possible, right? So, like, making it something that is not that common, I guess, in the lore and the world. Some of those leaders who were difficult to work with have now been shifted to the Marathon reboot, leaving people with much less game dev experience in charge of Destiny. All this has, according to one source, caused structural issues that severely undermine the studio's culture, decision-making, and final product. Also talk of the studio's internal language growing more corporate, with a distinct shift from talk of games and players to talk of companies, products, and customers during the Sony acquisition. That's like the whole, you know, the whole industry, in my opinion. Hey, Johnny. Exactly. Among the examples of this corporate thinking is an alleged disagreement over one Destiny set, the Trials of Osiris PvP armor, which has fixtures that light up when you win consecutive matches and gain reputation. That's actually kind of cool idea. Management were said to be so worried about it enduring appeal that they almost blocked expanded Trials accessory glows to protect Eververse sales. In the abstract, it's a fun one to consider inasmuch as the Osiris gear is obviously designed with permanence in mind. It's a wearable ranking system, but that cuts against the logic of a free-to-play shooter that needs you to keep topping up your DLC wardrobe to make money. Yeah, there's more stuff about Bungie later. I'm not gonna go with this in one go here yet. A Monster Hunter Wilds nabs Street Fighter 6 Akuma, Chun-Li, and more for a Capcom-centric collab. Yeah, watch the video of this one. And watch this one. So now you can be a Super Kika in Monster Hunter. And become a Super Kika. We'll see. Capcom collabing with itself again, yep. True. Gotta get that, gotta kick them all, man. I gotta kick them all. The green thing? No idea, actually. Who that? A Dream Spring. Dark fantasy-styled open-world Souls-like game. Explore a dying kingdom and its different realms in first-person action combat. Styled in a mix of retro and a vaporwave aesthetic. The vaporwave. Can we load? Ah, brother, man. Can we stop with this? This little Wi-Fi. Is it like the lights again worked probably? I can check actually. This fucking router, man. At least it doesn't affect like the stream, so that's at least good. Yep, and a light is worked. One moment. Just like nothing disconnects really even like fully. Oh, the stream is fine, just Wi-Fi just dies. That's it. For a second. Just resets, I guess. One moment. Gonna sort the lights back out. That's annoying because they also get... And they also die because of that Wi-Fi dying, I guess. Somehow. Bro, can you find these lights now already? Man, I hate this shit. And the light lights up is me a good PPA guy. Let's try and maybe reconnect them. Alrighty, portable already. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Yeah, we're gonna be live today for a while. We have some show to watch, so... Oh, sorry. There we go. Now it should work. Our remaster doesn't even look that good, I see. Thank you guys, thank you. Light back. Back, good. Thank you, thank you. Alright, the Dream Spring. What is this? The Souls-like. Apparently. Sounds like with guns, huh? Seen that before, I guess. What a guy. No Morrowind motor there, alright. Ja, Morrowind enjoyers, huh? Looks dink, man. 92% positive, actually. Early access, though. A weird game, I like it, alright. Yeah, the kind of looks like Dread Delusion, true. Just like less, you know, low poly, I guess. Forgotten the game's supposed to be fun. Combat is fast-paced and simple, and that's not inherently a bad thing. Plenty of games make basic mechanics feel satisfying. Problem is how poorly the simplicity holds up against game design choices. No boss requires more than backpedaling while lazily strafing and swinging your sword. Kind of combat could work, but instead of embracing its straightforward nature, developers added enemy hell bars to artificially extend encounters. Basic enemies are damage sponges, turning what should be quick punchy fights into long, boring slogs. Jump in another desired misstep. And more early access than ever before. I mean, there was always a lot of early access. There was always a lot of it. Sprint is only noticeable when you have head bob enabled. For one, love this game considering it is using the Unity engine. Damn. The engine type for the engine hate. At least it's not Unreal Engine, you know. Could be worse. Could be worse. A studio guided by Embracer have come back to life and are working on a new RPG. The Expedition sends word. The Expedition Rome developers. Crawled out of the grave to announce they're still around and in fact never stopped working. Have been making a new game in the Expedition series of historical RPGs and have been given the green light to scale back up and transition into full production. Finally ready to reveal that Campfire Cabal was never shut down. What happened, they say, is that THQ-owned studio were ordered to close by Embracer 2 years ago. But some agreement was reached to keep the company going with reduced headcount, and they instead cut an unknown number of employees from payroll. We did have to say goodbye to many of our colleagues. The studio survived and the compact team continued the project we had started in 2022. At the end of March of 2025, we received the green light to scale back up and transition into full production. That project is a new game in the Expedition series of RPGs, which includes the classical Centurion stomping of Expeditions Rome, top-down shield battering of Expeditions Viking, and gunpowder land grabbing of Expeditions Conquistador. Dude, I actually didn't even know. Like, I heard about the Rome one, but I don't think I heard about other ones. Studio aren't saying much more about new game though, only that it'll be set in a new period of our history and in a new part of the world for the series. Expeditions Mongol. I mean, good. We'll see. Like, Expeditions Rome, I heard was good. A lot of people were telling me that I should play it and it's good. But yeah, RPGs, man. RPGs, man. It's always tricky to find time. There is a Elden Ring film on the way from Alex Garland and George R.R. Martin. How are from involved exactly? Yeah, I completely forgot that Elden Ring was supposed to be like a kind of written by George Martin, right? I completely forgot about that little detail. Filmmaking is not Miyazaki's wheelhouse. So no ideas of the story, characters, and cast, let alone release date. Perhaps predictably, struggle to imagine a film that captures the ambience of a From Software game. So much of the charm is being the one real agent of change in a static ruined world. Yeah, that would be kind of tricky to do, to be honest. Like, if you kind of populate the world too much, it will be kind of like weird, not exactly feeling like it should be. And when it's not populated and stuff, then it's just kind of like gonna be in the you need to kind of try to make it somehow, you know, some dynamics and stuff to happen. And this is gonna be like mega combat all over the place. That's an option, I guess, too. And Night Raid next week, yep. If you'll see, we'll see. Yeah, like it might be actually not even about like the same, you know, characters and everything, and just like literally something in the universe, but something completely different too. Like, I don't know, man. What they gonna do? Maybe prequel or something even. Yeah, the Alka has got some new video or something. Alka has got Hype Train Digital as a publisher actually too. Still looks too good to be true, dude, though. Still looks too good to be true. I want to believe, but I'm not gonna believe until I see it. Not gonna believe it until I see it. Still doesn't look real, yeah. Still no more info. Community update. Yeah, the publisher they got. Community survey, wishlist. Seeming to good the mind's eye. Oh, yeah, that one too. We'll see, we'll see. Could be alright, could be alright. Could be actually alright. Cyprus-based studio. I mean, Hype Train Digital is, you know, it does have a lot of people from Russia. They're working, maybe not currently in Russia, but yeah. And the publisher is basically from there. And Warhammer 40k Boltgun 2 coming 2026. That we saw, yeah. And Typing of the Dead-esque spin-off you can play for free right now. That's on Steam. In their Skulls Showcase store page, storefront. You can check there. Then devs themselves as well. Yeah, they kind of mostly work also with devs that are kind of also with the same background most of the time. So, yep, makes sense, makes sense. Oh, I hope that the game's real though. Mildly excited about this one. Yep, that will be nice. That will be nice. And yeah, you can also get... You can also get... Where was it? Yeah, this one. And the Boltgun Words of Vengeance for free. Typing game. And the typing game. Yeah, Mechanicus also, but yeah, they didn't like announce the date or anything yet still. Unfortunately. And the Leagues of Wotan coming to Warhammer 40k Mechanicus 2. Gonna be another one. More musicus. Feels good. The Spaced Wars, yeah. Oh, Gladius is free to claim, actually. Nice, nice. Gladius is good stuff, actually. I do have, I think, on the OG game that I played on stream back in the day. That one is actually kind of good. Huh? I like it. I like it. Whole lot of DLCs, though. But I think even without them, it was kind of serviceable. Yeah, Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy is the next tactical and bloody CRPG from the devs behind Rogue Trader. Yeah, we saw that on the showcase. I'm gonna be watching all again. That is very nice. Shrouded Aspect. Turn-based tactical combat RPG. Some boomer RPGing there, sorta. God of Death wakes, unleashing terrible plague before him. He is a cross-medieval world inspired by Celtic mythology and uncover source of the blight. Choose your allies, shape your party, and make tough choices in this turn-based tactical combat RPG. Comes out after Rogue Trader got all DLCs? Probably not. Yeah, they just basically started another, right? Like season pass or something, right? So that's still gonna take some time. Still gonna take some time. But I mean, you never know. You never know. Maybe right after DLCs are over. This might be interesting. EA never grasped Dragon Age's value as an RPG, says Inquisition writer. Mass Effect was much more up EA's alley. Summerfall Studios co-founder and former Dragon Age writer David Gayden has been reflecting, not for the first time, on his career at BioWare under EA. In a brisk recap of a decade and change of sequels, changes in direction and mid-project reboots, he sums up EA's difficulty with Dragon Age as basically one of having no real faith in the wide appeal of role-playing games. In many ways, Dragon Age was, I think, not a good match for EA. They never really knew what to make of it or what to do with it. Expectation was always that it wouldn't do well, and when it did do well, it took people by surprise. EA were far more convinced by sci-fi stable-made Mass Effect. Gator went on despite Mass Effect sporadically falling short of expectations. By comparison, Mass Effect was slick and it was action-driven and very much up EA's alley. So they always expected that it should do better, and every time it didn't, it got excuses like, oh, they released it in the wrong time frame, or X, Y, and Z. And the idea was that the potential for Mass Effect was more. It could get the action audience as well as the RPG audience. It wasn't until Mass Effect 3 that they started to realize that no, there is an action RPG audience like a crossover. But you don't just get both audiences together. I mean, not fools. You know, Dragon Age only catered to the RPG audience, at least initially. EA kept wanting it to move into the action space as well. And maybe by Veilguard it has. I think their idea was that the cap on the RPG audience was only so big. Then Baldur's Gate 3 comes along and proves no, it's possible that if you lean into what the genre does really well, you can grow the audience, as it turns out. Gator would have liked EA and BioWare to similarly double down on the choice-driven narrative, double down on the production value, like the presentation of the characters and the cinematics and dialogues, and just take it to the extent where quality is the watchword. But as he concludes, it is hard to imagine a publicly traded company like EA doing what Larian did with Baldur's Gate 3 because the two live on two different planets. Not fools. Not clear what the future holds for Dragon Age. No, I haven't anymore, I haven't. It's actually their narrative deck builder that they're making? Huh. Failed the Kickstarter, feels bad, man. Really then? No, really then? Did they have the Steam page there? Probably not yet. Oh, it is actually. Oh yeah, the Summerfall Studios. That's them indeed. Expose, endure, expel evil from innocence in your hunt for unholy vengeance. As Noah, choose your path carefully through a demon-filled city, forge precarious alliances, and strengthen your deck of arcane tricks. Pursue your past, confront fear itself, and illuminate your own path. Like releasing a functional game. Well, I mean, that's too true. Even though, to be honest, Veilguard was quite fine, I think, right? In terms of like how it was running on release and everything. I think Veilguard, for that matter, actually was alrighty, if I remember correct. Like, because I haven't played myself, but like I heard from my friends, I've seen kind of, you know, in reviews, like people were complaining about things, but it wasn't about the performance and stuff. So they can release functional game for sure. But yeah, they do have a point. Like they just focus on the genre and just go with that genre all out. Turn-based, sure, it'll be turn-based. We don't care if they think that turn-based is not good. Full fucking, you know, Dungeons and Dragons mechanics and stuff, dice throwing and everything, no problems. They didn't go with it, and it worked. And it worked. And it did work in the end. And yeah, trying to make some sort of like weird combinations of genres, it always kind of is risky. Because some genres, yeah, they do not really combine that well. Like you can try to overlap the audiences, but then it's gonna be, you know, like the fans of the clear genre most likely not gonna be enjoying it a lot. Like if you get like some action enjoyers and you start dumping a whole bunch of like dialogue and options and you know like side quests and stuff on them, they probably just gonna get bored and you know not gonna enjoy it. If you're gonna get like too much action to the RPG enjoyers, they probably also gonna be like ditching because they would rather, you know, read more dialogues and just kind of like play it slowly and stuff instead of just going full action. There will be some people who will enjoy both, sure. But yeah, that's kind of a bit of a lower overlap. You do get new audience, but you also kind of potentially losing some of the old audience. So it's like completely, you know, like different genres sort of you will be going about. So I mean, they do have the point. They do have a point there. Like a lot of love for the genre. And making the game fully focused on that genre. And game, you know, are really not afraid of like, you know, going for things that generally considered kind of like bad and like boring and stuff like that. I'm pretty close there. I don't have the link here. Come on. It's the annoying part that links open a laptop and then showing the PC. Yeah, 30k short. 30k short. Bad man. Feels bad. Well, at least they still gonna continue working on it, so hopefully it will be good and it will be out. All Living Things is a stop-motion art book puzzle game based on a 600-year-old alchemical manuscript. That sounds dink. That sounds dink. You guys got some Steam page, you do. The Secrets of Philosopher's Stone by solving 12 intricately animated puzzles that reveal mysterious hidden meanings within alchemical images. True, ship, true. I do think so, yeah. Especially since a lot of deck builders are basically like roguelikes and stuff, right? Like Monster Train 2 is out now. It's like basically the same things as Monster Train 1. And way more stuff. And all of that is also roguelike, and you can play it again and again and again and again and again, you know. So it is like, yeah, you need you need to manage to kind of captivate, you know, the audience and the attention with the something. And it's again kind of becoming tricky, right? Because like the deck builder audience, they want deck building, right? And there's a pretty big chance that they don't really care about what kind of stories go in there, you know, they just want to build decks and play them. So if you put like the deck building mechanics on top of like some other like sort of genre, like some narrative centered thingies, RPGs with the decks, with cards, that's gonna be tricky. Because people who like RPGs again, right, they might be absolutely completely against cards, which, I mean, we have plenty of people like that in the community, quite you know, like vocal about dislikes for the deck building mechanics. And at the same time, you also can have people who just want to play cards and they don't really care about your story and everything. And then, you know, like, you want to play, you know, cards good? Well, you already have plenty of games for that that are really good, you know, like tested by years. And that are roguelike, and with mods like Slay the Spire, for example, has like a shitload of mods and stuff too on top of it, right? That you can just like get on sale dirt cheap and just kind of like play it all over the place. So you only kind of like, if you find people who will just really like art style, really like premise, really like story or something, you know, maybe then. But that's hard. Like there was like the circus rogue, like I forgot the name already of those, but I played that one. It was kind of like cool idea and everything, cool premise, cool art and stuff. It was fun. I think it like completely pretty much flopped. There was the one psychological deck builder where you basically kind of like fight a different, you know, like fears, you know, like phobias, like that kind, like fighting like different like mental, you know, like problems, issues, you know, this kind of stuff. Also was like really interesting style, really interesting premise. I think it also kind of failed, and it was even for free on Epic or something, or somewhere, or on GOG or somewhere else. I don't remember. So yeah, it's hard. You can make something even like interesting and cool, and then I mean, like look at the Lutan's game, right? For example, like really cool like premise, like pretty innovative, I guess I would say, because not that many of those around. A really cool idea, really good mixture with sort of RPG and everything. It also didn't go that well, because like some people expected there's going to be some insane like playthrough that you can do, and you just basically do another roguelike run. Some people expected like classic deck builder and got like something else and molded out because of that. Si Sanchez, see. The king will arrive at Slay the Spire 2. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Not so sure actually. Because like like Monster Train 2, for example. Let's see. Like Monster Train 2, for example, is also really good actually. You can get that one. You can get that one too. It's a bit different. But it's nice. I see what I see. And near endless replayability, not the best thing anymore. I mean, yeah, kinda. You already have so many that like it becomes already hard to get people on board, because they rather just replay this thing again, you know, that they're already playing. And it's not a bad thing, like per se, right? If you got the game and you can just play it again and again and again, that's good. That's good value and everything. But yeah, it's just kind of becoming harder and harder to sell those, I feel too. Because there's just so many that are already on the market. Yeah, same with live service games, right? MMOs somewhat and stuff. Like, there's so many on the market, and they all compete for your pretty limited time. And when like something new is out, you kind of have a choice to get, you know, to roll the dice with the new stuff, or just go for something that is already tested by time and has like, you know, years of content and it costs like, you know, dirt cheap on sales and stuff. It's just hard to try to sell something new, I guess, in those genres. And this is unusual, this dink. This can go quite well because it looks unique just from the art perspective alone even. So this is nice. Couples afraid of being third-wheeled rejoice. From Software might add in a duos option to Elden Ring Night Rain. Well, I mean, that sounds kind of like a logical thing. The more options you kind of have like that, the better, honestly. As long as you can still kind of like, you know, fit it in your like mechanics and everything. Like the more different team sizes and stuff you can do, the better, because more people you can get that way. Like imagine friends having, dude. Huh? Imagine friends having. From Software afraid of options, true, that we were talking about for a while. The Hulk Hub we saw. Alethea, Prophecy of Perseus. Turn-based role-playing game where you play as Perseus and his impossible quest to slay the Gorgon Medusa. Inspired by classic CRPGs like Baldur's Gate and Fallout 1 and 2, the game features choices and consequences, reactive questing, and a faithful portrayal of a Greek mythology. Yeah, but matchmaking is a bit of a problem, true. I agree, Window, I agree. But I mean, like, if you Elden Ring, I guess matchmaking shouldn't really be that big of a problem. This one is made with Godot, I see. Like in smaller new games, sure, that is like pretty bad to split the audience too much, but I think in something like this, they could do it, and then, you know, by the time game kind of starts dying and player base starts getting too, you know, small, can do some sort of like already like culling of the modes, or make some sort of like, you know, we're searching for your like duo mode for so long, how about we just like throw one person in and you go like in trio mode and it will be instant, you know, this kind of stuff. Game dev streams when again? Oh man, I don't know. It probably will be when I'm like back somewhere where I can just like drop the anchor, you know, like, because with all this constant moving and everything and all these like things you need to find time to do and everything, it's just like, man, it's just hard. Like it would be doable if I would be like gaming less on stream, for example, but like I need to game more, man. There is like so much stuff to play. Totally not less. Totally not less. There's gonna be some place already to kind of like settle down and stuff and relax a little. That should be at least kind of easier. Less shit to worry about, less things to think about and everything, you know. Like I would love to, but yeah, the time, man. And we need to play more games, not less. Otherwise, I would again. The 16-hour streams back. I mean, they will return, yeah. They will. For the shows and stuff, even though we'll see again, like with all this like birthday and other stuff, it's tricky. Like I can't just say, you know, like, oh, this week I'm just, you know, going ham completely. Like now you don't know, because like what's gonna be the birthday stuff, when's gonna be this, when's gonna be that. So like I will be doing a bunch during next fest. There will be a bunch of long streams. During June release, there will be a bunch of long streams. During all the announcement shows, there will be like a lot of long streams too. So there will be some streams with sleep breaks for sure, but that will be just to kind of, you know, get some backlog of my games, and the recent backlog, I guess, you know, dealt with. But yeah, just kind of like too much of like, you know, different like stressful things with this lifestyle to try to kind of introduce more and more like completely different new things. Like I would rather IRL, right? Like if I have interesting opportunity to IRL. When I'll settle down somewhere and there will be already like nothing to IRL and stuff, right? Might as well already just like focus on, you know, like the boring stuff, get some game deving and stuff going. That would be the plan. That would be the plan. Nintendo Switch 2's game chat will seemingly support both live subtitles and text-to-speech. These features may be locked behind a premium subscription after March 2026. Wasn't the whole chat or something kind of actually paywalled, no? I thought like everything was supposed to. A video sharing game chat, transcribing live discussion, and providing a transcription on the side of the screen. Free for all users from release day until March 31st, 2026. After that date, players will require Switch Online subscription, which means these accessibility features may potentially be locked behind for the premium subscription. Player can type messages into game chat and have the recipient hear the message aloud at their end of exchange. I mean, these are kind of nice features, though. These are nice ones. That exclusively opens communications, yeah. Wasn't like the whole button actually paywalled or something else? I remember there was something ridiculous about subscription thing. Yeah, I remember from presentation that sounded really dumb. But maybe it wasn't about that one. Nintendo returns to Gamescom 2025. Publishers skipped last year's event, will return in August following the launch of the Switch 2. Well, time to start selling Switches, so... Of course they will be at Gamescom. Gotta farm, gotta farm. Revenge of the Savage Planet clocks up 1 million players less than 2 weeks after launch. Over 1 million players have played Revenge of the Savage Planet across PC, PS5, Xbox Series X, S, and Game Pass. I think the Game Pass did like the major contributions to this probably. I see, Rev, I see. Well, if there is upgraded version that you potentially might need to buy the upgrade, then probably would. Nintendo equals sell, yeah. I see, I see. Doom: The Dark Ages reaches 3 billion players. Latest installment in franchise's id Software's biggest launch to date. Reached this milestone 7 times faster than Doom Eternal. Well, probably because of the Game Pass again. I would assume. The biggest launch, actually, though. Well, I mean, they also part of Microsoft now, technically, so... I mean, Game Pass is their own home ecosystem, so I guess that counts. I guess that kinda counts. But the Steam numbers totally weren't very impressive, let's put it that way. As essentially, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, they will sell, no problems, absolutely, but, like... They need to sell games also, they need to sell everything, so... Player metric only works if you have microtransactions to sell. I mean, sorta, yeah. Well, there will be DLCs and stuff probably later, too. Embracer intends to spin off Coffee Stain Group by the end of 2025, with a remaining business rebranded as Fellowship Entertainment. Again, dude. Feels both exciting and honestly a little bit scary, but in a good way, said co-founder and group CEO of Coffee Stain. Yeah, so they split in... Oh wait, no. It would split in 3 individual companies. Asmodee, Coffee Stain, and Friends and Fellowship Coffee Stain and Friends and Fellowship Entertainment, previously known as Middle-earth and Friends. In this case, Coffee Stain Group, which will consist of more than 250 passionate game developers and publishers focused on community-driven experience. Will include Coffee Stain, Ghost Ship, and Tuxedo Labs, as well as certain studios from Amplifier Game Invest, all based in Scandinavia. Don Westberg, CEO and co-founder of Coffee Stain, will become group CEO. Asmodee was split last year, I see. When you bought DLC as a Game Pass user, yeah, I didn't. But I bought the game with DLCs though. Sometimes, you know, when I want to play the DLCs, I just get the game on sale later, just for the DLCs because I played it already. Like that happens. That happens sometimes. Sometimes when you feel like playing DLCs. That's not always the case though. That's not always the case. The Middle-earth and friends. Hero Warrior. Yeah. Sounds about right. Shares will be distributed to the shareholders of Embracer and are intended to be listed in Nasdaq First North Premier Growth Market in Stockholm. Holy to the name. Fellowship Entertainment current Embracer Group will remain listed on Nasdaq Stockholm and have around 6,000 employees across 30 countries. Stewarding the commercial rights to J.R.R. Tolkien's works as well as IPs like Kingdom Come Deliverance, Metro, Dead Island, Killing Floor, Darksiders, Remnant, and Tomb Raider. Really proud of everything we've built as part of Embracer and grateful for this support and trust we've received over the years. Now, as we take the step to become a separately listed company, feels both exciting and honestly a little bit scary, but in a good way. The Lars Vingefors, one and only. Coffee Stain Group has incredible talent, IPs, and communities. To date, it has been a true recipe for success. Confident in Anton's strategy and leadership to see a clear long-term opportunity in attracting and enabling partnerships with like-minded independent game developers and talents. I don't know what kind of like it's like, you know, like those like the scammers and tricksters, you know, with like the ball and the 3 different like glasses and everything. That's basically like how it seems like what they're doing. They just kind of like, you know, like moving those glasses all the time, you know, like switching it around and everything, throwing ball from one to another. And not sure exactly what they're trying to do, but, you know, I bet as usual, you know, increasing the value for shareholders and stuff. Satisfactory and Deep Rock, basically. Oh, you mean Coffee Stain? Coffee Stain was also Songs of Conquest. Valheim, actually, also was Coffee Stain, if I remember correct. They have some good shit there. They have some good shit there. And that's like from the top of my head what I remember. And like Valheim was insane, right? What, like fucking 9 million copies, 10 million copies they sold. Goat Simulator, yeah. Not saying it's good, I mean it's successful, so you know. Valheim Dev was probably just like published by them, yeah, I guess. That is true. That is true. But I don't know, maybe they still kinda, you know, have some sort of obligations, contracts, whatever going. I mean, most likely. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered that tops April sales, becoming 2025's 3rd biggest selling game. Sales of games, hardware, and accessories all slip year on year by 2%, 8%, and accessories 2%, respectively. Suddenly Forza on the second spot there too. Beat the show, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Indiana Jones. I guess some sales arriving, so like they just jump up there. Oh yeah, the PS5 release. True. A Ubisoft CEO to be summoned to court in Ubisoft harassment trial. Yves Guillemot and HR Director Marie Derain will be summoned to highlight the alleged systemic nature of harassment at Ubisoft. Them again. And one more time we're gonna celebrate. Trial set to begin June 2nd, 2025. Why that keeps happening, yeah. Beyond the personal responsibility of these 3 executives, this trial will highlight Ubisoft's responsibility in setting up a system aimed at keeping harassers in place while silencing their victims, the union said. The backers indicated during a March hearing, this case is broader and involves many more people, both on the side of the victims and the defendants. It is not a question of a few individual actions, but a well-oiled mechanism of insularity, work organization, and management that allowed this violence to continue within the company for years. One of the defendant's lawyers himself said that Ubisoft is the ghost of the case. Statement said Guillemot and Derain had been summoned to highlight the systemic nature of harassment at Ubisoft. Another one. Not even the old ones, looks like, already. NetEase game segment revenue grows 12.1% to 3.3 billion. Firm attributed rise to success of its online games, including successful launch of Where Winds Meet last December. Revenue for the firm increased 7.4%. $4 billion bucks. Profit grew 8.6% to $2.5 billion. Highlighted success of Everstone Studio Where Winds Meet following its launch last December. A game since surpassed 30 million players as of March 2025. And I haven't even heard about it, I think. Also noted the continued popularity of Identity V and Marvel Rivals, as well as the successful launch of Once Human and Mobile. Like, Marvel Rivals is like number 3 here. Number 1 and 2 I haven't even heard about. The fuck is that? Insane. Fortnite returns to iOS and US and Europe. Epic previously accused Apple of blocking its latest Fortnite submission. Federal judge demanded tech giant to comply with previous court order. No. Corpa getting defeated feels good. He's a mobile DPD. Actually, yeah, I can even remember it from somewhere. Yeah, we had that before, I remember. Yeah, next week they're gonna find some other way to fuck him over. Just you wait. Just you wait. Apple is fully capable of resolving this issue without further briefing or hearing. A legal authority upon which Apple contends that it can ignore this court order. Alright. We'll see. Corpus suffering, that is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing, to be honest. Microsoft Store are reportedly testing Steam integration. See all the odds blocked. Feels good, man. No odds. The Surfshark VPN has that side option there, yeah, no. To remove that stuff. Feels good, because on this site the odds were atrocious, unfortunately. Usually I don't do it, but when odds actually, butcher the content and you can't even see it, that's when you kinda need to sadly use that. Usually I just block all the scripts. That seems kinda more fair to me. And more safe, actually, too. Microsoft just officially added Steam application to the support software for its devices. Application can be found under the name Steam Developer Beta and is only available to certain employees and people who support or develop things for Microsoft. Steam integration in the Microsoft Store will provide players a smoother experience when running the application in Windows environments and in future Xbox environments. Insider also spoke about how the next generation of Xbox will be more in the direction of a PC than a console. And the development for this generation will also be based on PC environments. Next, it is explained that these PC environments would require Steam integration and players will have access to the platform directly from Microsoft Store on their next-gen Xbox console. The aim is for players to have access to all their games across all platforms, seamlessly transitioning between PC, handheld, or console. Well, I mean, that sounds good at least. That sounds kinda nice. I do not mind. Don't expect Hideo Kojima's Fizzint until at least 2030. Insane. Fizzint is 5 or 6 years away. Besides Death Stranding 2, there is Fizzint in development. Was there another one also? That will take me another 5 or 6 years. Maybe after that I could finally decide to tackle a film. I grew up with cinema, directing would be a kind of homage to it. Besides, I'm getting older and I would prefer to do it while still young. See? That's the spirit, man. That's the spirit. Considers himself young still. Not like, you know, you turn 30 and you already consider yourself a fucking old man. Walking, you know, towards the grave already. Preparing yourself for Earth. Yeah, there's OD, which is not mentioned for some reason. Whatsoever. Well, here is kind of mentioned, but yeah. Coming before Physint, alright. Bruce 61 feels young, man, yep. Forgot himself he's making that, true. There's just his face there, making someone else. Embracer sees net sales across PC and console and mobile games fall in financial years 24-25. A solid final quarter is attributed to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which reached 3 million sales. And then without Kingdom Come Deliverance, they would be probably having not a good time. Not a good time. And they're still kind of making profits though, so... Solid quarter to the performance of Kingdom Come Deliverance. 3 million copies, maintain highly positive player critic reception. DLC and free updates planned across next 12 months will keep players excited and deeply engaged. Significant progress in the process of transforming the group, with divestment of Easy Brain and Asmodee successfully completed. Coffee Stain Group expected to be spun off by the end of the calendar year. And just like, you know, fire everyone, throw everyone away, and then be like, you know, now we're not, you know, not in the loss. Now we're making profits, and then realizing that, you know, who's gonna be keeping making profits, man, when you already fired everyone and stuff. Optimization is crazy. Yeah, I heard so. That's nowadays that is a big achievement, dude. 61 Indie launches a publishing label. Yeah, that's the showcase that we watched. Evolved into ecosystem that can now offer unique opportunity to get indies in front of players through fresh, unconventional means, says creative director. Integrated indie-first platform for developers. Offer support and launch strategy, media relations, and showcase integration, as well as development support in areas including QA testing and localization. Number of games hitting the market grows by the day, but unfortunately the people to cover and amplify them seem to dwindle just as fast. 61 Indie has evolved into an ecosystem that can now offer unique opportunity to get indies in front of players through fresh, unconventional means. We're not building a publishing label for the old industry, we are building one for the new wave of indie, where passion, connection, and creative control comes first. Indies deserve more than a checklist, they deserve a major push backed by authenticity, genuine enthusiasm, and a new approach for an unpredictable industry. Assim Sanchez say. Intergalactic actor reveals how Naughty Dog avoids leaks. Naughty Dog is handling Intergalactic Heretic Prophet like they did with Last of Us Part 2. The actors are being asked to film in sections and are only receiving pieces of the script, which are sometimes not even chronological. Right now he's waiting for another script so that he can put the pieces together just like everyone else. Chain statements suggest that developers have tightened up the security procedures for their leaks, trying to avoid any loose ends. The actor also stated that Intergalactic Heretic Prophet is going to be the next big thing, and we'll just have to be patient to see what Naughty Dog is cooking. A leak super hard? I think it was like close to release though it did leaked, right? Wasn't it? That could be like for different reasons already it got leaked there. Not by like actors or something. Couple weeks before release, yeah. More Battlefield 6 gameplay leaks showcase incredible destruction. Gameplay clips surfacing online again, showcasing more destruction on the maps. All the leaks obviously removed, eh? Gameplay clips within the past 24 hours showing different scenarios, weapons, vehicles, and more. Tank not only has mounted weapons that deal some severe damage, but also has the ability to destroy buildings and other environmental elements just by running into them. Combat on foot, where players and teammates take on enemies in the war zone. However, this time they are chased by the tank, with the enemy releasing a barrage of heavy firepower against the player. Player tries to take cover in the building. However, several artillery shots were enough to take the wall down and expose the player from cover. They exploit new terrain where rocky surfaces rule areas come into play. We also see snow-capped mountains in the background, along with destroyed buildings and massive hills for cover. We'll see, we'll see. For now, seems kinda everything's looking kinda promising about new Battlefield. We'll see though in the end what it's gonna be. Take-Two CEO admits Civilization 7 had challenges at launch. You know, you can say that, I guess. You can to put it mildly. Oh yeah, that they made like all weapons available to all the classes, right? Yeah, heard something. So people don't like that change. Well, I guess maybe like they will listen to feedback still and get it back. Oh, it's the interview. We were at this interview last week actually. And the same stuff. Had some challenges. Address some initial changes, probably have a bit more work to do, but sales are strong and we're really happy with how it's going. And I think in the fullness of time it'll be just great. Former Marathon developer says working on game was toxic. That's pretty much like part of the same thing about the Destiny, I guess. But this is Marathon now. Actually, no, this seems like a different one. Working with engineering, Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating. I won't speak about the rest, but Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. He worked in the team that developed the online services for the game. He added that the team was dissolved in layoffs, but that came only weeks after he had left Bungie. And the same people? Could be. Everyone had the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a studio of Marathon bombs, which is something they absolutely cannot afford. Let's see, what do I say? Destiny dudes mostly shifted to Marathon, yeah. Naughty Dog confirms a secret game is in development. Another one. Alongside Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet is in development. Next title, and then another one. There's another game at Naughty Dog being worked on, and I'm more of a producer role and get to mentor and watch this other team give feedback and be like the executive in the room. And news about the game first surfaced in March as a leak revealed that an unannounced game has been in development for 3 years. Reportedly won't be Last of Us 3, but rumors suggest that Sean Skegg, who worked on The Last of Us and Uncharted, will direct it. Is it another Uncharted time then? Been a while. Team Liquid Pro destroys a 6-year partnership with one inappropriate GIF. That's what I mentioned, that, you know, like, when you're in some sort of, like, business or any other thing, you probably should, you know, kind of take your social media presence under control. Yeah, the Hiroshima GIF. Lucas BR Diaz, a Rainbow Six Siege pro player, suffered a recent loss against CAG Osaka at the Reload tournament in Rio de Janeiro. He responded with a social media post that named CAG and featured a GIF of a nuclear eruption. CAG Osaka is a Japanese esports organization. Put 2 and 2 together. That was never my intention. Sincerely apologize for the post I made after our last loss. Made a big mistake using that GIF, and I understand it may have caused discomfort to many people. Bottom of my heart, was never my intention to make any offensive reference, but I recognize that the context and choice were inappropriate. Yeah, kind of like, you know, maybe just like kind of wanted to show like just, you know, exploding them and stuff, and didn't really realize, you know, like when you like type some sort of explosion, I guess, in the GIF search, and you post a nuclear explosion, that might be kind of a little, you know, With multiple meanings, sorta, I guess. So we've missed a little key history. Japan was the target of 2 atomic bombs. Huh? Well, yeah, that we know. Yeah, I know what you kind of meant. But yeah, Team Liquid enjoyed a 6-year partnership with Honda, but given the social media post and Honda's Japanese origins, a strong decision was made by the motor manufacturer. Honda took this matter extremely seriously and as a sponsor company promptly lodged a severe protest with the team and the player in question. After much consideration, Honda decided to terminate its sponsorship agreement with the team in question, deeming the conduct to be incompatible with Honda corporate values and unacceptable. It's one guy. And the Team Liquid is like everywhere, right? It's like, it's not just like Rainbow Six, it's fucking like CS, you know, Valorant, everything. It's like a huge company, basically. Get just one person posting one fucking GIF on the social media and everything gone to shit. Everything gone to shit instantly. Team Liquid aligned with Diaz and made it clear he had no malicious intent with what he posted, but he would be fined 4 months' salary. Additionally, any winnings the team accrued from the Reload tournament will be donated to charity. Ultimately, Team Liquid finished in 16th place in the tournament on home turf, while CAG Osaka made it to 2nd place. Some have considered that a form of poetic justice. Yeah, I guess they can, like, they can send all the winnings to charity because which fucking winnings if you are in the 16th spot there? They knew they wouldn't win any, yeah, probably. Is Honda even hoping for from this collab? Yeah, I'm not so sure actually. Like how successful, you know, those sponsorships are. Like cars sponsorships to like the esports watchers, like some, like, you know, like a bunch of like basically like nerds sitting in their basement, you know, watching some CS or some other stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, some like, I don't know, like selling some branded Hondas with Team Liquid, like, you know, insignias and stuff. I doubt it. The biggest earnings is sponsors. I remember there was a breakdown for everything, but I don't remember exactly. I think, like, yeah, sponsors are really huge though, because like entry tickets for the events like are nothing, you know. Winnings usually are also nothing, you know, super crazy when you like split it between the whole team and everything, and you need to win for that too, right? And you kind of need to pay salaries and stuff every month, not just when you win. So yeah, sponsors, I think. Saw streamer wear a Honda logo on his shirt, time to finance a new car. Yeah, exactly. Hey, we can the subcon. Well, I mean, yeah, it's product placement and stuff, sorta, in a way, right? So like, true. That is true. So that kind of does work. I just wonder how, you know, good, you know, like, are they kind of like, are they using sort of metrics or something to like how good they are? But I mean, 6 years, you know, they were working together. That's a lot of time. They probably already had enough data to stop doing it if it would be bad. Monster Hunter Wilds is still 2025's best-selling game so far. In the United States, at least. And despite being closely followed by Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows, the latest in the Monster Hunter series has hung on to the #1 spot since its release in February. Yeah, top 20 best-selling video games of 2025. Monster Hunter Wilds, Assassin's Creed, Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, MLB The Show, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Kingdom Come Deliverance on the 6th spot, WWE on the 7th, Civilization 7 on 8th, NBA on 9th, PGA Tour on 10th, Split Fiction on 11th. Fucking GTA 5 still on 14th also, holy. Holy. That was enough to save Ubisoft. I mean, I think that maneuver that they did, it was like, you know, it maybe wasn't out of like some sort of desperation. It was just out of like, you know, let's make some more money. And it's also, in my opinion, still kind of like sussy move. Like, I'm not sure what they're gonna be doing with that. Like, you know, splitting some company with some franchises. It's still something sussy there, dude. Siege had an esports scene. Yeah, they got new like update and stuff. Like the big one, right? The 10th anniversary or whatever update. The new version and stuff. So yeah, it's huge. It's still big. Kind of like the new, one of the new era, I guess, of the content creators. The one of the biggest ones is also from Siege scene, basically. So Siege still doing numbers, I guess. Star Citizen loses integral stuff responsible for server meshing. Another one. Publicly left the company in December 2024, but since then, department's seen other key figures leave. Evan C. and Jordan Wood are two names who were mentioned and are said to have been integral to server meshing, with staff saying that their departure is a huge loss to Cloud Imperium games. Server meshing, I think it's basically kind of making like the layer system, I think. Just like combining servers to distribute the load. So it's like, you know, instead of having some sort of like different servers that you like make a character on the server and stays there, it's basically just kind of like there's only like one, right? And you just kind of like can switch between like layers and everything, and that's it pretty much. Да не, спасибо. А вы, может, только этот, знаешь? TC, да, в это пойдете? Коктейли там у них есть молочные, не знаю? Ну, если есть какой-нибудь, да, возьмите ваш. Спасибо. The backend server management was sorta, yeah. It's like the MMOs nowadays, not all MMOs though, they try to make like the layers basically instead of or it's combined sometimes, like layers and servers. So you just kinda, instead of like до 4 утра где-то. So yeah, they do have the layer system nowadays. The DevOps shit, I see. Yeah, the scalable stuff. So the DevOps, I see. That's the DevOps then. Takeover resulted in staff from Turbulent. No, that one a bit higher. Unclear why all three left CIG in a relatively short period of time. It is understood that internal tensions surrounding Turbulent and CIG's takeover in late 2023 is one major cause. According to those familiar with the situation, the takeover resulted in staff from Turbulent wanting more lucrative roles within Cloud Imperium games. Eventually saw some staff described as unqualified for the roles, failing upwards and taking over key positions, which has become hugely unpopular internally. Cloud Imperium's losses mean that the only two producers that worked in server meshing have now left the company. In addition to server meshing staff, CIG has been hit with wave after wave of layoffs to staff from every level. As for what the future holds for server meshing is unclear, but it's known that it's a fundamental part of Cloud Imperium games and its projects. Failing upwards the dream job, yeah. Well, time to sell more ships, dude. Time to sell more ships. Past the 800 million mark already. I just need a few more hundreds. Xbox Game Pass adds over 50 classic Activision games. 50. Retro Classic, what is there even? Grand Prix Commando, MechWarrior 2, 31st Century Combat and Pitfall. That's the first launch. Okay, it's gonna be like the multiple waves, I guess. Alright. A Retro Classics library by installing the feature through the Xbox app. Initiative is a step in our commitment to game preservation and backwards compatibility, allowing players to experience many timeless games on modern devices. Additionally, players can take on friends, rivals on the entire world with unique challenges. For the achievement hunters, there are some great new ones to collect, and for newest players, the ability to save and reload your progress first for many classic titles. I mean, that's cool though. Planning more than 100 titles from Activision and Blizzard to be added over time. Xbox and Andstream Arcade also. Retro Classics available for all Game Pass membership tiers in most regions. In Japan specifically, it will be available for Game Pass Standard, PC Game Pass, and Game Pass Ultimate members. So not everywhere it will be the same, I guess. A Michael Bay's Skibidi Toilet project officially in production. What a beautiful day to have eyes there, I guess. Living the life there. Making the Skibidi Toilet content. Been working on Skibidi since it was first publicly announced last summer. The early creative take on the franchise, the piece brings Bay's signature visual intensity to one of the internet's most unlikely breakout IPs. Damn insane. The insane action there. Yeah, they did add a bunch of like stuff there. We had some Warhammer games, yeah. To the preservation thingy. Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages is the biggest launch in ID software in the software history. That was 3 million players. And apparently is the biggest one. Well, I mean, the power of Game Pass, I guess. You know, hopefully maybe on consoles too, because on PC performance was not very good. Well, not performance, but, you know, not the performance, but the amount of players. PlayStation Star's loyalty program is being shut down. PlayStation announced disappointing news for its fans. The Stars are going down the cashback system. Didn't you say like it already was like down way before? Stars will no longer accept new members for this version of the program. Members choose to cancel their PlayStation Stars membership starting today. It will not be possible to rejoin. It was down for several months. Alright. Current PlayStation Stars members can still earn digital collectibles, points, and level up their status until July 23rd. Up to this date, there will be no new PlayStation Stars campaigns available or any additional rewards or status benefits to earn. This version of the PlayStation Stars program will fully end on November 2nd, 2026, and current PlayStation Stars members can continue to redeem points as long as their points don't expire before then. No more cashback. Hurry. Twitch is now inviting streamers to spend their earnings on Twitch. Yeah, the overhaul allows creators to give back to their community or simply support other streamers rather than, I don't know, keeping the money to support their literal lives. Change has not been taken well by the streaming community despite it being completely optional. Twitch support team revealed new function that allows content creators to take their earnings and roll them into bits, gifted subs, and more without ever having the money to leave the platform. Rolling out the ability to buy bits and gift subs with the money you make streaming on Twitch, give back to your community, or support other streamers you love using your spendable balance. Starting the rollout in the US in the coming days and will be extending access globally over the course of the year. Fans have complained that the scheme is shady and allows Twitch to pocket more of the average streamer's income. The platform already claims 50% of gifted subscriptions, and with this new function, streamers would use the money earned to buy gifted subscriptions, from which another 50% is taken by the platform. Well, I mean, like, if they would withdraw the money and then gift subs anyway, same shit would happen, right? Except you also lose on the fees and everything. Admittedly very strange, and nobody understands why this is a thing at all. All it does is remove a manual step and allow you to more automatically give back to your followers and the wider streaming community. If I've learned one thing from streaming space is that most people are inherently selfish, so I can't understand who Twitch is trying to appeal to with this change. I mean, I think it's actually a good one. I don't know, like who was mad about this? So like instead of like withdrawing the money and then using it again and spending like extra fees and stuff, like you want to sub to someone, just use your internal balance. Done. It's not like you lose more. It's not like Twitch earns more. Like you just don't lose on fees and stuff, and that's it. Like seems alright for me. It's probably pretty good for all the like like the challenge running streamers, right? That like Ella, for example, like if you'll be doing some gifties for deaths or something, like that will be easier and cheaper. So I think it's kind of nice. In some cases, it will be in some countries, especially, it will be very well. Actually, I guess I'm not sure how Twitch will be handling that. But technically, if it will be like subtracted from your payout, right, then you kind of like your taxable income becomes less because you also like already like spend that stuff. Like you don't report, what you earned on Twitch. You report what you receive on your bank account, right? That's where the money materializes, sorta. Not like some, especially since like Twitch earnings they fluctuate all the time. Like you see one number, and then at the end of the month, when they do the correction, it kind of changes completely. So like whatever you received is your final sum. So technically, right, if you like spend that money also back on Twitch again, then your taxable base kind of gets lower. So you end up pretty much like spending less by paying with your like platform balance that way, because you skip the part where it also you receive it, pay taxes from it, which in some countries is a lot, right? So I don't know who's mad about it. I don't get it, man. Like people see some sort of like evil intent of Twitch there. Like this was absolutely ridiculous shit. For example, like Shady allows Twitch to pocket more of average streamer income. How? Platform claims 50% of gifted subscriptions. All right, sure. So like I received gifties, right, as a streamer, like 10 gifties, for example. Let's say they are from like US, so it's gonna be like $2.5. Or actually, they did increase the price, right? So actually, I'm not sure about that one. I think they did increase the price, but I don't really see that difference there whatsoever in numbers. So I guess that increase maybe not even ending up in the streamer's pockets. I'm not sure. But let's say like old price, right? Like $2.5 per sub you get from US, let's say. So you get like 10 gifties, $25, right? You withdraw that and you gift someone else, let's say 10 gifties also, right? You spend $50 though, not 25, and Twitch takes another cut also. So you use your account balance to buy same 10 gifties, and there is no difference. Like the only difference is you basically withdraw money and then you spend them, and this way you just don't withdraw, you just spend instantly. Like how is that like? The only shady thing I see is like if there will be some sort of like like the tax shenanigans going, maybe. I don't know. I can see kind of that. Pocketing more of the average streamer's income, I don't see that whatsoever. Not to mention no one like forces you to gift or sub to someone, just withdraw your money like before and that's it. Like they're not forcing you to spend it on the platform. Just take it. And if you do sub to someone, then that's actually better for you because you're not going to be spending on those little fees. It's not a lot, but you still probably like, total of like 5% or something you lose, especially if you like withdraw in PayPal and stuff. That's a lot more. If you're not partnered especially, that's a lot more because partners, at least they kind of like eat the fee. Twitch eats the fee usually. But if you're non-partner, they don't. So you end up kind of wasting more that way. So yeah, it's kind of weird takes there. Weird takes. What is kind of bad though is I think they're not allowing you to buy like turbo, for example, with that. Now that sucks. Now that kind of sucks because that would be kind of good, I guess. Like for me, it's whatever. I don't really watch Twitch outside of like few minutes after raiding someone, and that's it. So like I'm not gonna use it probably because like I would to our boys, but yeah, I'm not on Twitch really that much, and yeah, the money is kind of tight, so I'm just gonna be withdrawing it as before. But turbo could be kind of good option if you actually watch though. Like, why not? Just to not deal with the odds. You won't think it's so woke. Geralt voice actor snaps back at Witcher 4 hate. Damn, son. The Legend even got into this stuff. Iconic voice actor Duke Cockle been on a whistle-stop tour of late, indulging in many nostalgia-fueled reviews of the game that made the franchise. I recently appeared in an interview that was a light-hearted thing, showcasing the best Witcher memes from the last 10 years. However, talk turned to the reveal of Witcher 4, which was the subject of criticism by certain gamers who disagreed with the new protagonist Ciri and her character model. Duke Cockle, the voice behind the legendary Geralt of Rivia, snapped back at those haters. Read the damn books. Only people who think it's woke. If you read the books, then you understand why CD Projekt went down this avenue. There's a whole rich world of stuff to explore with Ciri that they didn't do when they put her into Witcher 3 because the story was about Geralt. If you think it's woke, read the damn books. They're good, first of all, and secondly, you won't think it's so woke anymore. The Cochlea. True. Cockle went on to explain that he celebrates Ciri as the lead in Witcher 4. Woke 3. How dare they? How dare they? Embracer Group plans to release 76 different games in the next year. 76, dude. Still thought they kind of like, you know, fired everyone already, but I guess, you know, they still have some gunpowder there somewhere, you know. As of today, we expect to release 76 different games during financial year 25-26 that we have invested in, with a mix of new IP, sequels, and remasters. We have a solid slate of exciting new releases in financial year 25-26, including Metal Eden, Gothic 1 Remake, a Reanimal, a Fellowship, a Recreation, a next SpongeBob SquarePants game, Norse Oath of Blood, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core, alongside a handful titles yet to be announced. The slate of AAA releases promises to be key financial drivers at the Embracer Group and across the repository of subsidiaries sitting under that umbrella. That includes both Killing Floor 3, recently delayed, and Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra, also delayed, the team explained. Expecting Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra to drive notable revenues, but to have lower margins due to shared economics with several other partners. Announced third AAA title expected to drop in financial year 25-26 has been pushed back to financial year 26-27, with Embracer Group suggesting that whatever it is, it will need a few more quarters to polish. The next 4 years, Group has 9 AAA games slated for release. It wasn't all good news in financial update though. Team revealed that net sales decreased year over year by -18%, with PC and console game sales taking the biggest hit, -27%. But the profits are still kinda good though, in the report. Yes, yeah. Exclusive Assassin's Creed Shadows Claws of Awaji DLC is targeting a September release. September release. It was mentioned that DLC could be pushed back to October, which will depend on Ubisoft's release strategy for its upcoming DLC and game releases. Claws of Awaji is officially said to contain around 10 plus hours of additional content, with the new weapon types, skills, gear, and abilities also coming to the game. In addition to Claws of Awaji DLC, sources tell me that Shadow's upcoming co-op mode, currently codenamed League, is still in development and intended to release sometime next year. The co-op mode. Interesting. A deeper narrative tied into the co-op that will expand the experience beyond just the two of them. More than just Naoe and Yasuke. Alright. Interesting. A Bioshock announcement featuring a Rapture coming soon, it is claimed. Here we go again. Here we go again. Claim that 2K preparing to reveal something related to Bioshock before the end of the summer. We just don't know what that something is. Reports said it was a possibility that it could be a remake or a remaster of the first game, as the reveal is supposedly set to feature Rupture. Could be reveal of initial details about one of the projects announced several years ago, such as Bioshock 4 or the upcoming Netflix movie. Could be anything then, basically. The Bioshock extraction shooter, yeah, from Rupture, true. Super People at the failed Battle Royale will be playable again from June 19th. Then they come back from the dead. May 2023 it was shut down already, dude. That just like felt like it was way sooner, dude. Not 2020, not 2 years ago, man. Super People wasn't awful, but it wasn't all that memorable either. And mimic titles like Fortnite and PUBG used fuse player characters with superpowers and upgradable abilities that could evolve as much unraveled. 1 second, musicus. Lower down. You could gain incredible weapons, super speed, and immense skills to take down opponents. The spiel from the press release that revealed the upcoming closed beta test. Closed beta test for something that already was closed before. Well, that's just the brief that describes the game again. Release reported that a whopping 4.3 million people played Super People when it first came out, and I was one of those early adopters. Released at a time when Battle Royales were taking off and everything from Warzone to Apex Legends was booming, but Super People failed to gain traction. A Wonder People team had been hard at work enhancing the overall player experience, addressing and implementing user feedback. Notable changes include introducing a jury system to combat cheating, adjustment to character and weapon balance, adding a new resurrection skill to open up strategy and battle even more. Efforts have also been made to streamline the onboarding process for new players and get them right into the action. A jury system to combat cheating. Oh, that would work, I wonder. I think CS kind of had something like that, right? A Get Your Tackle Out. Fallout 76 Gun Fusion arrives June 3rd. Introduce fishing. Pogue. I think we read about this one already too. How it works there with fishing and stuff. New camp items. A new camp ally survival tent Fallout 1st. Just about everything you expect from an update that includes fishing. Fishing themed furniture and items. Insane. Can game loop run a little dry for me since moved to greener pastures. Well, I mean that's how Fallout 76 works. You just get tired of that, then you return, you know, a year or so later with all the old content that you rested, you know, that you rested from, and some new content, and you just kind of like enjoy it again. Sometimes not a year, sometimes less, sometimes more. But now kind of not really feeling it. Soon gonna be a year, but it's nearly 5 p.m. Yep, I don't know, man. I don't know. Already like 4 hours left, basically. I want the 9 kinging, and I want the speed freaking. You know, we need to make it in time. PlayStation could hold State of Play in June, it is claimed. Sometime in June. Doing something in June, and now is that going to be a big showcase? I don't think so. I said a couple of months ago that I heard that they were discussing going back and forth about doing a showcase or a State of Play. Sounds like they probably settled on a State of Play. I'm not 100% about that aspect of it. It's probably a State of Play though, but I have heard June. We'll see. We'll see. Hope it will be also like together with everything in June then, you know, not separately sometime. So, you know, the degeneracy and the festival of gaming, you know, continues. 6-1 Indie Spring 2025 showcase, every game announced. Well, that was 48 of them, and we watched it, so I don't need to go through all of them. The tower one was nice, though. The Novo Tower or whatever. The Horsens there, too. Chroma Tower, not the Nova Tower. Chroma Tower looked kind of interesting. That one I remember. That one I remember, at least. There's a bunch of other good stuff, but that one I remember. Resident Evil 9 started as an open-world multiplayer game, it is claimed. Well, good thing it kind of didn't finish like that, you know. The old scrapped version of Resident Evil 9, which he shared, I think, 11-12 months ago. Originally started development in 2017. It was early 2017 after Resident Evil 7 underperformed at launch to Capcom's expectations. Resident Evil 7 was on to have a huge tail in sales, but this was a bit reactionary, and the original version of Resident Evil 9 was trying to be the opposite of Resident Evil 7, i.e. a big open-world multiplayer game. Resident Evil 9 originally starred Leon and Jill in a fictional island based off Singapore. Something multiplayer Resident Evil, that sounds kind of like a way to think. That engine does not do open world well. Yep, that would be another one. Multiplayer open world, and we would have another Monster Hunter, you know, situation, just with Zombie Hunter, I guess, or something, you know, or like Mutant Hunter. I'm not sure already, like where Resident Evil ended up nowadays. Looking at it, it's already hard to say. The second highest selling. Well, I guess on the start it wasn't that good, but I don't know. I also kind of like thought that it was like doing really well. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, because like look at fucking Square Enix with their expectations when, like, you know, like really critically like well acclaimed games and stuff. Just like, oh yeah, they didn't match our expectations, you know. Bro, what the fuck are you on about? The fuck are you on about? At the Fury territory now with werewolves even. Damn, son. Going ham there. The bioorganic weapon, I see. The Elder Scrolls Online developers address crossplay status. They're working on doing some underlying tech changes that would make it possible. And we know how important it is. Again, we started working on this game in 2007, and we didn't even think about 2 platforms, much less 6 or whatever we support now. It's something we known about, something we really want to do, working on the underlying tech for it, and we'll see if we can make it happen. You know, plays ESO, I did kind of play for a while, but then it just, again, the time issue, just like, you know, like finding time to maintain an MMO also in a meaningful way was kind of already too hard, so I just kind of like stopped. I still have it installed and everything though. I still do, but was playing it for some time. Steve was playing it for some time. Did remote plays ESO, maybe still, not sure, but did play a lot. Know some community people also playing ESO. So I mean, it's alright. It's alright. Gotta live in these games. I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, they are made in a way that they're really demanding for time. Like, unless you just kind of, you know, reject all the FOMO and everything and just kind of like... But then, like, why even bother, you know? That's why kind of MMOs for me mostly nowadays, I just hop in, like, few months, couple of months mostly, and then I just kind of like piecing out. Because when it goes into maintenance mode, you just kind of get tired of it. Like, you know, just like tuning in, doing dailies, closing it, or like doing some other activities and then closing it. It's just kind of like... not fun. Not fun. And that's why new MMOs are kind of better, because they have like less established, you know, system of all those things. Because like there's so many things that you can like make a part of a routine in some established old MMOs. It's crazy, man. Like going in, you know, dailies, weeklies, and then there's like, you know, need to do some sort of like like the board quests, you know, also that appear. Then like every day unlocks like some other like, you know, like quest that you can only do on the time limit or something with some extra rewards and everything. Then there's like event happening, for example, right? So you like during the event, it's extra like extra chores for you to do on every day for that event. And then you can have some other things also. Yeah, checklist gaming, exactly. And that just kind of kills the vibe, really. That just kind of kills the vibe at some point. A GeoGuessr pulls out of Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Senior reactions over the past few days regarding our decision to participate in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. When we made that decision, it was with positive intentions to engage with our community in the Middle East and to spread GeoGuessr's core mission of let everyone explore the world. Since Erland, Anton, and I founded GeoGuessr in 2013, we've always tried to be a community-first game. One here in the Stockholm office is a passionate GeoGuessr fan, doing our best to build something meaningful with you and for you. That said, you, our community, have made it clear that this decision does not align what a GeoGuessr stands for. So when you tell us we've got it wrong, we take it seriously. That's why we've made the decision to withdraw from participating in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. We'll come back with information on how the wildcards will be distributed as soon as possible. This decision has caused a similar level of dissent in the GeoGuessr community, particularly those from the Middle East. So really looking forward to this, so let down the Middle Eastern community by listening to angry people who don't know anything about Middle East and our culture. The location of Esports World Cup and how it's financially supported have long been a sticking point for esports fans and gamers in general since the inaugural event took place last year. I kind of like, sometimes I kind of like feel like, you know, a bit kind of sad that it's just basically just, you know, like because of the country's reputation and stuff, every attempt to kind of do something just gets like shit on completely. And, you know, as someone living or someone from the country that is also, you know, doing a lot of negative things, and you kind of get like catching the flag for that all the time, even though you have nothing to do with it and not even there anymore. It just kind of feels a bit sad sometimes. There's also probably a bunch of people who just, you know, just like esports, like video games, and would love to have it there too. And it all just doesn't. Well, I mean, it will happen though, right? But like a lot of games, a lot of like content creators, a lot of streamers, a lot of like the digital athletes and everything going there gonna be getting a lot of shit on them for taking the money, taking the bloody money and going there to participate in the events and stuff. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Even though, I mean, yeah, they do have a point. Yeah, there are problems, and you can just kind of like the esport wash them or something, for sure. But it's still kind of sad. Which one's that, 500? Which one's that? Nearly 500 billion Pokemon games have been sold since 1996. Total shipments of all Pokemon video games. Imagine like 500 million of all the Pokemon games from 1996. And then there's GTA 5 that already like 286 million or something. Just GTA 5 alone. Totally not since 1996 also. Now that is impressive, dude. Star Wars Battlefront 2 sees a highest player count in over 4 years. There it is, man. Game currently has 9,777 peak concurrent players in the past 24 hours. Number not seen on Steam for well over 4 years. I think memes. Oh yeah, the FIFA football. Yeah, people kind of enjoyed that one apparently. Game came to Steam in June 2020, and after a peak concurrent player count of 10,489 in January 2021, game stayed relatively consistent at 2 to 5,000 concurrent players per day. Video from content creator Jack Frags was what recently drew my attention to the game as a resurgence in players, with Jack believing that the game has seen an increase because of a recent Steam sale, May 4th, and the success of Ender Season 2. But after watching the video, I'm more inclined to believe people have gone back to the game simply because it looks great. For a game released in 2017, still holds up incredibly well today. See for yourself in Jack's latest video. A multiplayer only and not free-to-play? Yeah, it depends if they manage to get the audience. Free-to-play would be better though, kind of like Rocket League and such, but I don't know, we'll see. Like, I've seen streamers I think kind of enjoy that stuff, so I do think it's gonna have some spotlight for a while and maybe we'll sell some. But how it will go like long-term, kind of depends, There's rumors of Battlefront 3. Last I heard that it likely was never going to happen. Even if approved, who would develop it? DICE and a whole boatload of EA studios are now all in on Battlefield. A Respawn take it on. Well, I mean, they will be done with Battlefield and then can do Battlefront, you know. That's just like how it works. They don't need to make it here and now. Yeah, Battlefront was nice. Battlefront was really nice. I did actually play some 4 years ago maybe or something. I did kind of return there also, not that long ago. Well, relatively, obviously. I see, Steve, I see. Can get those guys on board then. It's an epidemic. Counter-Strike co-creator on cheating in multiplayer games. I mean, he's not wrong there. It's an epidemic because 20 years ago when Counter-Strike was first out, cheating was a bit of an issue, but it never reached the levels that it is right now. Back when I was working on Counter-Strike, I would probably encounter a cheater maybe 5% of the time, maybe 10%, but these games, when I'm jumping on a multiplayer game, it's like 40 or 50% of the time I'm running into some dubious shit going on. As a player, you don't want to play games that have that. As a developer, you don't want to make a game that's being ruined by this. A really big challenge, and it's a challenge that we've been trying to address for 20 years. True. And like that's why like anything multiplayer, anything PvP, you just want to go in like early. Play it, enjoy it, drop it, most likely. 10% already sounds too high. To be honest, yeah, like I remember back in the day when I was like CS 1.6. Well, obviously non-cafes is another story, but when I started like playing online, which I mean was kind of late though, like already I think like Go already was a thing. I was still kind of playing 1.6 online mostly. So like 15 years ago, maybe a bit more. And like on like private servers and everything, I don't really remember encountering a lot of them. Rarely. And if something like really saucy going on, then they just kind of get like vote kicked or like kicked by admins and stuff like that. And it was like fine. Maybe because like on private servers and shit, like people just didn't give a shit. Like they don't get some sort of like rank and stuff, right? They don't get some sort of flex or whatever. So it's kind of like worthless for them to do it. Alrighty, Hoxer, see ya. Today long stream, yeah. Still online for sure. I will be live probably until like midnight or something because 9 p.m. is going to be the beginning of the show. So, and it's OTK show. So it's going to be probably again like 3-4 hours or something. So, yep. That's going to be a long one. Yeah, back then, like, private servers, I don't really remember cheaters that much. And matchmaking, like, wasn't a thing really in 1.6. In other CS, I kind of, even when I tried, like, CSGO and stuff back then, I just, like, played the private servers again, too. Like, I don't like this, like, 5v5, try-harding, like, all those long matches and stuff. It's good, like, hop on the private server, you know, pew-pew a little bit and hop out. That's it. Yeah, community-driven like servers, yeah, they were easier that way. Easier to punish, easier to, you know, understand. Well, there were some like saucy guys who were like really careful about that stuff, of course. Sometimes you can get false detection. That was in Rust, actually, already, when we were playing with friends in Rust. Like, we ended up making our own server in the end for our group of friends because, like, we got banned from, like... No, from one server we got banned because somehow admin said we'd be, like, cheating or something. Our group, I don't know. And then another server, it was an admin who was just abusing powers, basically, and just, like, you know, like, running around in God mode, you know, like, destroying people and raiding the bases and stuff alone. So we just kind of like, alright, looks like this game has some interesting, you know, people on the servers. I guess we'll make our own. Welcome back, Portable Hello. Nice, nice. Sounds good, sounds good. On the other hand, we have power tripping. Yep, exactly. Then we made our own server. And then we had some saucy people already on the server sometimes. Like, it wasn't exactly cheating, though, I think, but there were some exploits and stuff going. Like, I remember, like, one super try-hard guy who had, like, some sort of, like, base built, like, kind of out of bounds, basically, in a rock. Like, we were trying to find, like, he was kind of, like, saucy and everything, so we decided to check what the fuck this guy is about. And couldn't even understand until we just basically watched him and realized he's just, like, running into, like, jumping into some weird rock or something. And then, like, clipped in, and, oh, alright. Let's see how it is, and there's, like, a whole fucking base, basically, in that, like, rock. Like, massive, you know, rock. That was the case there. But at least on our own server, we had control over that stuff, so... But a guy was banned from there, too. No, and actually, we kind of asked him, I think not to do such sussy things. And it was fine afterwards. But yeah, nowadays I feel like multiplayer game, PvP especially coming out, you need to play it like instantly on release as fast as possible. And then after a few months, you most likely already like either get tired or, you know, get tired of cheaters already and drop. Probably. As soon as like the cheating scene for the game established, you're probably not gonna have a good time. Fallout Remaster could be too challenging, game creator says. They like watching Team Kane there too, I see. Potential Fallout Remaster. Topic has come up in the wake of Oblivion Remaster, which has proven to be a rampant success for Bethesda Game Studios. Oh yes, the source code and stuff. Left Interplay, they said that you better not have any copies of this. I destroyed every copy of the source code I had. I went so far destroyed that I even destroyed early prototypes and libraries, which means I can't even get some of my older personal toy projects that I was working on at home to compile anymore. Reference the library that I destroyed the only copy of when I destroyed Fallout and all the early code. It's not the end of all things, as one of Interplay's founders, Rebecca Heinemann, recently revealed that she has snapshots of Fallout's code. Why? Well, I mean, he was leaving the company, so, you know, like, trade secret, I guess, or something. Tim Kaine went on to walk through all the legal issues associated with the Fallout Remaster. The list started with music licensing issues, with Kaine mentioning that original licenses were secured without the consideration for an eventual remaster, because that just wasn't a thing in 1997. Also highlighted that in-game cutscenes and movies were rendered in a proprietary format that might not be convertible, which means they would need to be remade to some capacity. Kaine also mentioned that the source code was compiled across a range of tools and software that are no longer available, which presents another modernization issue. Fallout was released with some major bugs, and Kaine said that they are still in the game now because it's so tough to patch them out. It is worth stressing that some modders have tried to iron out these core issues, but it would be difficult to rewrite code to cover everything in a remaster. Kaine wrapped this video by suggesting that modern gamers wouldn't gel with the original UI featured in Fallout, and that they would need to overhaul what exists for a modern audience. Said that some of the more complex mechanics of the game might need to be eradicated to make it more accessible, and eventually he stressed that you are making something that is a new game rather than just a Fallout remaster. True. That is indeed true. Hey Kagikalo, how we doing? Damn, here he is already, here he is. Collecting him. Let's see how it is. How's it going, man? How's it going? Well, UI and mechanics and everything, I don't know, man. I don't think that's that big of a deal. Like a lot of modern like RPG creators try to like, you know, recreate Fallout UI wise, features wise, and some of them kind of do pretty good because people want that. People don't mind that. So I don't think it's that big of a problem. Like UI and other things and mechanics. I don't think so. Like which even mechanics and things in the Fallouts you would need to change. Like what would be so bad that you would need to change it there? Like I kind of can't really think of it. Well, I mean, obviously I'm biased, right? And that's so hard to think about it from the top of my head. What would be like, you know, something that would be really bad and you need to change that? Like maybe inventory management, like this, like just one line scroll down is not that good. Fine, that you can change that, and I think it's like not something that's gonna ruin the spirit of the game or something. Like to be honest, modders like F Online project, right? Like the Fallout Online and the modifications of that, they did like some magic in terms of accessibility, in terms of quality of life improvements, in terms of actually upgrading the systems and the engines and everything. Like they did do a lot. And like to be honest, it is all I think doable. Even like with the same engine and stuff. Like I think there were even projects where they managed to kind of upgrade the engine a little bit up to like the Fallout tactics in a way somehow, because like I've seen like, you know, how it looks and works. And it was impressive because it was like actual like, you know, Fallout Tactics like models inside like the kind of like old Fallout engine sort of. So like some people do that magic, you know. Like if you really want to, it would be possible. But no one wants to do, you know, high effort project. If it's remaster, everyone wants to just kind of, yeah, let's like convert the movies, you know, the cutscenes, upscale it all, you know, just like convert the code into something, change a few things, and boom, into the production it goes, you know. It's becoming 1K bits emote. It ain't gonna be 1K bits emote because WTF is 1K bits emote, and a lot of people asked me for that one to be there for 1K. So yeah, I am gonna be switching the bits emotes. The early ones, I like maybe 5K. I could maybe if I'll get like other emotes and we can get the preg out from the sub emotes to the bit emotes. Like I'm not opposed to that, but like if I'll get some other emotes to replace the current ones and then remove the preg and replace it with something else, then I could put it as the bit emote. But like 5K or like the next one, what, like 7.5K or 10K, I don't remember. Because yeah, 1K is WTF and a lot of people wanted it, so like not gonna remove it from them. The Kakoga I could replace, I guess. Yeah, Kakoga is, I haven't seen used in a while already. That was a while. That one I could replace, I guess. But again, as I said, like when there will be more emotes, because I don't have slots right now. So if there will be like more emotes, more ideas, and more emotes in the making, then yeah. Even though at first I'm also gonna phase out some of the older emotes first. And then when we're done with some old emotes, then I could already like move Breg somewhere there. And then I could. We don't. We have kick. Why do you have? Why do you need love? We have kick, dude. The same shit, really. Literally. Literally the same. The Arrive. The Arrive you just can auto. It's an animated one. You can just like animate it. That's it, I guess. I think I need to check. I think Twitch just does it. You just take an emote, like press the button and just apply some sort of kind of like the CB's emote, I think. You just basically kind of like apply some effect and it becomes animated emote with the Arrive effect, I think, or something. Like I guess you can do this one. Yeah, kind of like that probably. Not sure which one you would do though, but you can. But you can. I'm just gonna record, what's the name? A record me getting out of the basement. Done. Easy. Out of the cellar. Which I mean kinda even already was yesterday on stream. But like maybe a little more. Maybe a little more. Marathon marketing reportedly cancelled as game delay rumors circulate. Oof. It's told by someone familiar with marketing plans in a key overseas market that there are now no plans to do paid marketing for Marathon at all. I don't know if those plans were affected by what has recently happened or if that was always the plan or whatever, but it is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. So that's gonna be delayed. I feel like I actually might also be like unironically now afraid of like Arc Raiders, right? Because like a lot of people compare them to Arc Raiders and not in favor of Marathon whatsoever. So they might kind of just wait until that is out, wait until it kind of like calms down, you know, and people like stop sort of playing it, in mass at least. All the noise stops, and then maybe like try to release their shit. Alright, one moment. Let me see what you guys posted there, if I missed something. And let's get to 9 Kings then, for some time. And then some speed freaking a little bit. Division 2 DLC and them, son. Pog. Are you ready? Are you ready? Alright, couple more. Get closer, yeah, already. Already today we're watching one show. Well, I mean, we already watched 2 shows simultaneously even. Today's gonna be another one. So yeah, we do already have more and more stuff. Nice, cool. I mean, that's good. And Mario plus Rabbids developer Ubisoft Milan hiring for a AAA Rayman game. Ubisoft Milan is working on the Rayman title with Ubisoft Montpellier. So Milan seeking talented 3D gameplay animator to be involved in the production of prestigious AAA title for the Rayman brand. He'll be responsible for ensuring the quality and content of gameplay animations assets align with the game's vision. There it is. Pleased to confirm Ubisoft Montpellier and Ubisoft Milan have recently started an exploration phase on the Rayman brand. Project is still in its early stages, and we will share more details later. Damn, son. Actually, the frightfully British Titanfall was immediately profitable, and sequel plans are already in discussion. Not bad. The talks of a sequel already afoot. Idea of sequel or a spin-off already been floated. Wants to keep on making games in the future. Looking ahead, Rebellion wants to continue to make more good games. We've now got the challenge of a massive new success in Titanfall. What do we do in the future with Titanfall? Well, we've got DLC coming up. Continued before adding, we're talking about what do we do about sequels? Do we do spin-offs? So is a sequel something you would like to see for Titanfall? Yeah, 1.5 million players soon after it released. Insane. Insane. It's also interesting how like the scale, right? Like for some people that is just kind of like, yeah, no. Especially with Game Pass and stuff, right? It's a failure, and for these guys it's just kind of like, okay, we got him. Alright, let's get some 9 Kings. Now we seemingly done. Let's get some games until 9 p.m. CEST. When the OTK Games Expo starts, which probably will